Okay. Abaco, Long Island, Bimini, and then Eleuthera. 4x1 relay. There they go. The first leg is the girls, and then they will in turn hand it off to the male counterparts. And boy, they just had an interesting mixture there. Bimini and Eleuthera out front, looking very, very good. But here on the inside, making the move, that's Abaco on the inside, and the Abaco athlete. Good exchange there. Abaco is gone, and in the mix, the Berry Islands, and looking to make something happen. Long Island also in there. Long Island now making a charge on the outside. Here's the final exchange, and Long Island out front. Long Island on the run and also being chased by Abaco. So Long Island looks like they're going to be able to secure the under-17 4x1 mixed relays. Long Island with a good win there, and then also Eleuthera right there as well. So we've had a very, very good run, 47-68. So this dimension helps a lot of the athletes also get a chance to run because of the limited time finals, so they can also get in some activity whilst they're here.
Yes, so that's one of our biggest reasons we put it together, myself and Tyrone Burrows, who is also the co-meet director. So we looked at the schedule and looked to where we can make up for the time final events and to be able to give the athletes additional competition as well as securing more medals.
Also, we have going on at the hour, we do in turn have for you the high jump for under 17 boys. We have the girls under 17 discus. We also have the men's open long jump. Those are going on right now. We're also seeing that there is a decline. A lot of the athletes are not participating. Have you had a conversation with the coaches to find out why? Because I'm looking over here to the high jump, and there's only 3. Okay, athletes in the under-17 boys high jump when you initially had some 6.
So I honestly cannot answer as to why the events are as minimal with the participants that we're seeing. When we were called on Sunday, and that's when we were given this competition as the co-meet directors to operate this competition, we anticipated 20 athletes per event. And what we're seeing, we're not seeing the 20 athletes per event that was supposed to be in the entries. And so all of this falls back on the coaches who are designated for the respective teams to put their teams together in terms of the amount of athletes in each event. So as a team, you're allowed 2 athletes per event, and we're not seeing it.
So you think it's a heat factor why a lot of athletes not competing?
Not participating.
I don't think it's. I can't answer.
You can't answer
I
that.
can't answer for the coaches.
I can answer that.
So
it's hot.
Track and field, outdoor track and field is in the elements of the outdoors.
Yeah, so, outdoors complete for
it's a different scenario.
Yeah, and so.
And I admire what you've been able to do with the afternoon sessions, and it's correct because folks that are tuning in, it is 90 degrees today, okay? And so that should tell you that's what it is basically outside, but inside the stadium you have buffers that's not giving you much wind, and also the surface that's here. So you take it up another 7 to 9 degrees or so. That tells you how hot it is in here, and so the kids have to be hydrated as well as the officials.
Yeah.
And those fans that are coming in here as well. Yeah, you're going to need to make sure you have some water and something cool to keep your body temperature down. We go now to the second heat. This is the under 17 4x100 meter relays. In lane 2 will be Exuma. New Providence will be in lane 3. Grand Bahama runs in lane 4. Columbus Isles in 5, and Andros will run in lane 6. Time finals again, so everybody's got a full field. We'll see how it works. The competition is underway. This is the final day of competition, and Rupert wants a medal.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know how you gonna figure that. How you gonna get him a medal?
How you think I can get a medal? Competing.
Well, you got to check the secretariat, and you have to pay for it.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
I got to run.
That takes care. That takes care of that component. So we don't have to worry about that. So here we go, folks. This is the second heat at the under 17 4 by 100-meter relays. Exuma has got Carey, Hannah, Moxie, and Roll. New Providence, Davis, Pantry, Roker, and Roll. And there's Grand Bahama, McKinney, Bullard, Gordon, and Tate. Columbus Isles also has a team in there. Andros has Smith, Evans, McPhee, and then there is Ferguson. The ladies will hand off to the guys will hand off to the ladies, and then the guys will bring it home. Here we go. This is the second heat. First heat won by Long Island. Let's see what they do here in the sea. Remember, it's a timed event. 47, that's right.
So they have to beat 47 in this heat.
And let's see what they're doing here. There's the exchange, and way out there is Andros. But down the middle of the track, here comes New Providence. New Providence and Grand Bahama now down the backstretch. Let's see what the exchange here looks like. Oh, bad exchange there. And so New Providence is out there and running. And boy, looking very, very good. Let's see what the final exchange looked like. New Providence, yeah, they're wide open all. New Providence is down. That's a DQ.
No, they didn't run out. He didn't run out the
Here comes New Providence, and here comes Grand Bahama running, and Grand Bahama will sneak in and win it.
He's sneaking there. He's sneaking there.
Absolutely incredible. Wow, remember now, these are time finals. Did New Providence get the memo?
No, what happened, Ricardo, what happened is that a lot of the kids who are competing from New Providence travel on the national team, and they're not running
full out.
Out. So that's the problem right there. But if they wasn't traveling, I'm sure that it
would have been a whole lot different. So you could tell here that it's just a matter of getting the baton around. Yep, a nice little jog. Don't do anything strenuous in order to hurt yourself, and they would go from there. But there you can see from Grand Bahama, Tate coming through, and right there at the tape, okay? And so that's a good run there. There's another 47. So this one's going to be kind of interesting to see exactly how they finish and how they will place them. But a fun relay, and I think that's one of the major concepts in terms of that. But give me your take, Brother Newbull, as far as the games component, how this is working into the national objective in terms of encompassing all the islands as far as track and field is concerned.
So when we look at it, and I had a discussion earlier with the organizers for the track meet, what we see is a lot of the family islands bringing in family island kids, and then we also see kids who have the heritage of the family islands are competing for their respective islands. On the first day of competition, what we notice is that a lot of the family island kids do not know how to use starting blocks. Mm-hmm. And hopefully this competition will be able to point out to the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, as well as the Ministry of Education, to have the equipment necessary on the islands to continue the development of these young aspiring athletes. And so, I was kind of shocked and disappointed to see a kid throw in shot put barefooted. And so hopefully
those things will change, yes.
Change.
We did witness that yesterday. The young man from Bimini took off his shoes, primarily the shoes that he was wearing. He's trying to come across that circle, was hooking, and so he was finding himself running, going forward, and he ended up fouling actually twice. And so he took it off and then just stood there and then threw it. And also we saw in the 100 meters, Rupert, we saw the young lady who had sheer difficulties in terms of the starting blocks or whatever the case may be. And what I did like was that the officials and the starter went over and explained to the young lady exactly the process that's what's going to be used and how this is going to work. And so for the most part, she understood, and she had a very good race. And so she will remember this and be able to go back home and begin now to start getting herself all sorted out.
Yes, and the officials are working with the athletes, and they realize that a lot of the athletes are from the family islands, and they're being a bit lenient. Not stringent with the rules, and just being a bit lenient and allowing the athletes to compete.
Okay. The officials are doing a great job. Like you said, they're being lenient with the athletes, and which is good. Because right after that, the young man from New Providence, Frazier, jumped the gun.
And
No, he didn't jump. He didn't jump the gun. No, the blocks were slipping.
Oh, the blocks slipping.
Okay,
Yeah.
slipping,
So
okay.
when he got up to set and he pushed against the block pushed back and he moved forward.
Okay.
Okay.
And so the officials they went through it and they put the athlete back into competition. And it happened again in the open men 100 meters. Colebrook, I believe it was, his block. I was standing down there, and the block was at the 110 mark. When he pushed from the 100 meters,
Right.
his blocks pushed all the way back.
Okay, here we go now to the open fall by 100-meter relay. We have the teams in this one, Abaco, Long Island, Eleuthera, and Mical. And let's see what we have here. And only 3 of them. Let's see, that's Long Island, Eleuthera, and Mical. That will run. This is the first heat. I believe that's it. And let's see how they are running here. I think that's Abaco is going to be in lane 1. And lane 3. And yep, that's Abaco in the middle of the track. Okay, and Long Island looking very, very good here. And that's Eleuthera, I think, out there on the outside. Abaco, that is, also looking well. And Abaco is behind. But there's the race right there in the front of you, folks.
The race in the middle.
Hey, I tell you, this is going to be good between Long Island. And there's the handoff. Okay, Long Island looking very good. Long Island and Abaco.
Ken Mullins.
And Ken coming through. Oh, boy.
I noticed all the exchanges, right? This is where clinic comes in, where you could go down to that and teach the kids how to pass the baton properly and stuff and all that. Same thing with the starting blocks and the implement of the shot put and javelin discus. Once the B3s decide that they go into the family islands to do clinics and stuff, will be better. Plus the Minister of Education.
And so it has to be a partnership between all entities,
right.
Working with our young people.
Mm-hmm.
We want to bring a positive light to the nation that our young people are doing things positive. We keep hearing all the negatives, but the majority are not doing negatives; they're doing positives. And so when everyone comes together, like grandmas used to say, it takes a village to raise a child.
Right.
Absolutely.
And we have to come together as a village and be able to do things for the young people in sports in general. In the country, where you have the government, the people, the BOC, the B3As, the softball federations, and so on, to be able to work hand in hand to get things done.
I know, Rupert, you were in the school system and having to deal with the school system, and then you're also working on the other side of it, dealing with the ministry and also with the B3As, wearing the various hats and trying to get an amalgamation, I think, of what this whole thing comes to in terms of making sure everybody knows what they're doing. And so I think we need to go back to the table and be able to get those kinds of discussions sorted out again.
Now I see that happening because when you look at the Ministry of Sports, we have a very minister who's in like sports. I want these things to happen. Then you have our minister of education.
Mm-hmm.
So all could come together under the table and make this thing happen.
Well, that's what we're hoping for, and we can see that work, and we can go from there. We have now, this is the second heat, and this is the second heat of the open 4x100-meter relay. Right now, the start list you have here is Grand Bahama, Exuma, New Providence, and then Andros. And I think that's flipped. That's Andros on the outside. New Providence, in the middle of the track. It looks like Exuma and then also Grand Bahama. So let's see how this one pans out. Also going on right now, I want to let you guys know that there is the men's open long jump. That's going on, and they have 3 jumps over there, and they're in the front of the grandstand. And so the folks over there are having some fun. There's a good look. The athlete in lane 4, and that's Exuma. And here we go. Females will hand off to the males, and then from there, the females will run the curves. And what a wonderful race that was for Team New Providence. That was absolutely fantastic. Team New Providence putting something together here. Cartwright, Johnson, Adderley, and Kerr. And there's the handoff, and there we go. And New Providence, and on the outside, looked like Andros now trying to make a run here. And here's the handoff to Andros. And here comes Columbus Isle, also right there as well. And looks like Zuma. And so this is going to be kind of fun to see how things are going to work out. Andros running. Let's see. Yeah. Way to go, Andros.
What a run. That's a good run.
What a good run there for Team Andros. To get some work in. But also, this is kind of fun because last week we had the B3A's junior and senior nationals. And so we saw some of our young athletes there. Many of them also qualified for our national and regional teams. It's going to be going away. And here's the look at that backstretch to give you a pretty good idea of how this thing works. And the baton exchange and having some issues there in exchange number 3.
he went straight past.
Ran straight past and forgot. And there's Andros, and so Andros, I guess
by putting this relationship together, Andros have a great exchange.
Yeah, they did very well in terms of getting it in Columbus Isle. Also with a second place finish, and now they are talking to each other and having conversations. And he's telling me, y'all get away, okay? Y'all get away. We can deal with y'all next time, which will be another component to be looked at for the high school nationals, which should be interesting for next year. And so giving the young athletes an opportunity to compete. And I know we have the regional competition where our kids are ready down there to compete. So only thing we could see now is the springboard for this and some big things that's going to be happening down the road for us.
Yes, the country is set to host the World Relays next year. And so hopefully we see more relay competitions because it seems like Bahamians love relays.
Absolutely.
And we saw it on night 1. We saw it last night. And now this afternoon and later today, the
4x4s. And so you'll be able to get that. And so that'll work out exceptionally well. We're also going to take in some of the field events for you. We're seeing the high jump. That's going on right now. 3 competitors in that. Shamal Saunders of Eleuthera. Also of Eleuthera is Adney Augusti. And from New Providence is Kenny Moxie. That's taking in the competition. They did start at 1.3, and so they're moving up the line. A no-show by G. Sheehan of Andros, so he didn't come in. Also, Damian Bryce didn't compete. But 3 competitors, they got 3 times to jump, and so they go from there. The field events, 3 jumps, that too.
So the
high jump is different.
Yeah, the vertical jumps are different, so the bar progresses, and so they'll have 3 attempts to clear a bar. If you clear it on the first attempt, then you can just move to the next bar. Okay. The horizontal jumps and throws are 3 attempts.
Okay. Why that signifies in terms of what you want to do there?
Because we had a cadre of field events, and when we looked at condensing the meet to a time final, we could not accommodate all of the field events with 6 attempts.
Okay.
And so we had, in order to keep it in the schedule, we had to condense it down to 3 attempts only to keep it on schedule.
Okay.
But you could use 4 attempts.
We looked at the 4 attempts as well. We anticipated 20 athletes from 20 athletes in each event, which means 10 districts, 2 athletes per district or per island.
Per island.
And we don't see it.
Okay.
And so had we known up to our technical meeting on Wednesday, teams were just bringing in entries.
Right.
And so the meet is on Thursday. And had the teams brought in their entries in the timely manner, the time frame, then we would have been able to adjust the schedule and said, okay, we can go with 4 or 6 attempts.
Okay,
but
great.
we could not do it.
Okay. I'm going to throw the Secretariat underneath the bus, the Bahamas Game Secretariat, because they were supposed to have gotten all the island groupings, getting all of their rosters in on time, and then you should have been able to have gotten those and get an idea of exactly what the deal is. And that registration is your technical meeting. Again, that's the last situation. So the rosters will change over and over and over again. That's been one of the major headaches of the games, is that the rosters will change. You send in something to the Secretariat, then you get to the games to something different. And so we've lost that, okay? We've got Jay Philippe standing by, and he has hog-tied a member of the Exuma team, and Exuma's been doing exceptionally well. They're doing great. Jay, tell me what he says.
Right, Ricardo, not just a member of Exuma team, the head coach of the track and field team, that is Raul Shelton. Raul Shelton, you guys have been having some pretty impressive performances so far in track and field. What have you been seeing from your athletes?
Listen, man, we got talent down in Exuma. We might not have all the facilities, but we got the talent. And I really have liked what's been going on out there. We got plenty young kids, and this is most of the kids, some this is their first time at this level, or even just traveling and, getting out there. From what I'm seeing, going forward, we're really going to push them. We're really going to put it out there, try to see if anybody going to help us. But Exuma's on the rise.
Final day of competition. What's your expectations from your athletes?
Pardon?
It's the final day of competition. What's the expectations from your athletes today?
Well, we got some people in the 110 hurdles. We got the 4x4. We're looking to carry on in the next 3 events. I'd say 5 out of 6. Nah, I lie. 6 out of 6.
There you have it, Raul Shelton, head coach, Exuma team. Back to Ricardo.
I like what he said. I ain't gonna lie, 6 out of 6, buddy. I'm going with you. You got this thing down packed, so it's going to be absolutely fantastic. And so we're seeing absolutely now some wonderful events. We're also taking a peek at what's happening over there in the high jump. Again, the competitors still there. The long jump, the men's long jump is also going on right now, so they're doing well. And also we have the girls under 17 discus throw. And as you would have heard from Brother Newbold, the start list gave you a number of athletes, and many of the athletes just didn't show for whatever reasons. We don't know, but we can tell you that now the long jumpers are there trying to put something together. And on the runway, we'll see if we can get that for you. That's 22. Was that 62? Yeah, 22.62. Let's see what we got here. I think that's going to be from Michael Corey Wright. Okay, so this is the men's open long jump. And so they get 3 jumps, okay, and they've closed the pit. Okay, now you close the pit, and so they got to wait and see what happens there. We saw in the triple jump, there was a, Bernard, they were changing the saline strip consistently. I mean, was there some situation with that?
So when we met in the technical meeting, we realized that a lot of the athletes that are competing were from the Family Islands, and so for the safety of the athletes, we made an adjustment that for the triple jump in the open men, the normal board is 13 meters. And so we allowed athletes who cannot make the pit from the 13 meters to take off from the 11-meter board.
Okay.
And it's the same thing on the women's side, where they can come from the 11 meters, and so we give them the 9-meter board, that option to come from the 9-meter as opposed to the 11.
Right, because we kept seeing the officials moving from board to board, and we kept trying to figure out which one of the boards they were taking off from. So that works out. Guys, here is Corey Wright competing for Michael in the open men's long jump, and we'll see what he does here. Here is his run-up, getting the clap and applaud of the fans. And I don't know, looks like that was a red flag. Okay, so he's gone over.
He's over there.
Okay. My other question for you is the apparatus to signify the heights and the distance. We're not seeing that. How come? Don't listen. Okay.
That's why you're here.
I told you it's a hot seat, right? You thought I was joking, Bernard. Bernard, this is the hot seat. So that's why I'm asking, because, it's a very difficult thing in order to be able to tell the viewing audience, what the athletes are doing, because, again, we don't have that apparatus to do so. Is that something out of your hand or beyond your pay grade, or what?
Well, I could say that's something out of my hands now. Those equipment were ordered for the Carifta Games, and they, to this day, have not arrived in country. And apparently, the company that deals with the supplies here for the stadium, unfortunately, the company that ships it to them, they're short at. So it's coming out of China, and they have not produced the equipment. So all of it's back ordered. And so those ones are back ordered, which are just manual boards.
Okay.
Then there are digital boards, and they did not order the digital boards. They went for manual boards during the Carifta Games, but because they were quicker to get
access
in,
to.
but it didn't pan out. And so hopefully the federation itself would purchase its own equipment to have its own equipment on hand for its competitions.
Okay. I know I wanted somebody to explain that and go from there. But I can tell you this: the stuff didn't come from China, but all them cars come from China. And they got the boat pulled up and everything on it, but ain't nothing there at all for it. Here is Matthew Green, who's competing for Columbus Isle, and his jump there, and yep, that looks like a clean jump. One of the younger athletes competing in the open division. So that's the comments that we needed to find out exactly, how we weren't able to get those things together and to go from there. And also we do have our medical team that's working over there to make some things happen. The medics are here. I think that's an essential aspect of this meet as well. Yes,
we have a full complement of medical staff here, doctors, nurses, athletic trainers. They're all here. And, they're inside, they're outside, and you can see them. They're moving about and around. So it's the normal knick-knack track injuries, we're seeing. The muscle cramps and what's not, but we're not seeing any major medical emergencies over here. So we're keeping our fingers crossed that we end tonight with no major medical issues.
There you go. As the run-up. Athletes. There you go. Looked like he wanted to carry all the pit. Man, listen, that's a good one over there. I thought, sure, he's going to be okay, but he'll be making that happen and to go from there. We also have coming up on the track in just a moment is going to be the 100-meter hurdles, and that'll be for under 17 girls, and then also the open women will also be running as well, as they have now put the hurdles on the track, and going on still is the discus, and looks like we have another athlete that's going to be coming over again, having some issues, but the long jump is very, very competitive, and we can see the athletes making their way over there as well. And so this whole meet, again, used as a building block in itself for a number of our young people to get them acclimated as to understanding the rigors of running a track meet. And so for the coaches, as you heard the coach from Exuma, they have a lot of talent. They just need to get some things sorted out for them, and they'll be a whole lot better. Columbus Isle athlete again, and that's a very good jump there. So we got a pretty good grouping for the athletes that's also taking part in this one. I think that's Matthew Green, who also got something there. That rain yesterday did also give you some hiccups to some extent, but not anything to say deter from the competition.
No. So we had a little power loss, but other than that power loss lasted about 60 seconds. So BPL was kind to us yesterday.
Okay, so we want them to be kinder to us today so we can get through the competition here today and to make some things happen. Rupert Gardner also sitting with me, and Bernard Newbold, who is the meet director. This is day 3 of the track and field competition. Folks are still coming to the track. They're getting ready for the hurdles. That's going to be coming up in just a minute. And here is the men's long jump. So they are now continuing in that competition. Okay, and so we're getting them one by one to come through. And again, there's only 3 jumps. So you got to give it your best and be able to hit the mark and actually get it on. And so that's the kind of situation that we're in. We're also going to have 200 meters run today. That's also going to be very, very competitive. And the 3,000. I was trying to get Rupert to run the 3,000 so he could get a medal.
Man, listen.
He's trying to get out of that.
Before I leave the set, I will have a medal on my neck.
Okay.
Like
we can figure out something for you.
Well, he can jump into 5,000, and we can class him as a master.
Okay.
And he can get a
5,000 right now, because Sheldon Barr, who used to compete with me years ago, he's going to be in the 5,000. Delroy Boot going to be in the 5,000. And I talk about these guys are 51 and 65.
Okay. And here is the runner from Abaco. And that's a good jump. There you go. So the athletes in the open men's long jump, they are competing. The ladies in the under 17 discus, they too have completed. We have one or two athletes with some issues there, but they're now being attended to by the medical team here. And the men's high jump will also be coming up relatively shortly as well. That's going to be open. We have some 11 competitors in there, and so they will be coming out. The high jump also going on for the under 17 boys. 3 competitors over there. You have Saunders, Moxie, and Auguste. They are out there as well. 2-2-2-4 on the runway. Let's see what that Long Island athlete can do here.
Yeah, and the under 17 boys high jump, Kenny Moxie. He's also on the national team. I see his father, Kenny Senior, watching him.
There you go. There's a good jump there.
Which is a good support.
Yeah, well, that's what you need in order to give these athletes the opportunity to have parents come out, family and friends. Also, one of the key areas for our athletes, and nothing's like having a parent.
Yeah, once you have good family-based support when you're running, you'll be fine. Because when I was competing, I had a good family base. My sisters was used to watch me run, especially my sister Clara. Because she called me this morning and said, "Listen, they do you right in."
Yeah, she used to do you right in as well.
Yeah,
and I remember back in the day when
the last one, so
when she used to be on you left, right, and center. You used to be in a whole lot of hot water.
Yeah,
I used to feel your pain, Rupert. I used to feel your pain. There we go, the big yard. Good jump out there.
That is
Kenny Moxie. Not bad.
So that's long jump. That's Nastario Williams.
Nastario Williams, right? Okay, I want to make sure.
He's jumping pretty good.
Yeah, he's really come out there. Yeah, Nastario Williams, 1980. Rupert, this kid is 23 years old, so that's trouble.
Yeah, he's still
Yeah.
Very competitive.
That's trouble. At 23, when you had just come back, you were a superstar.
Oh, yeah. At the age of 23, I could have moved, man.
Now you just super.
Nah.
Nothing else is left to say, right?
I've fallen.
Yeah, I'll leave that one right there. Waiting now for the next jumper and making the officials. Okay, the runway is clear. We'll see who the next jumper will be. I believe it's going to be Matthew Green. I'm not too sure, but they're moving quite quickly. And, yeah, that is Matthew Green. He's jumping for the Columbus Isle. And that's going to be a scratch, I do believe. I think he's a little bit over. We'll take a peek and see what the officials will give him a mark.
Yeah. So it looks like he got all of the board. So
that's good.
It looks like to the human eyes over here, it looks like a foul, but he got all of the board.
Just like the other night with the relay, everybody say it was a New Brunswick one of the zone, but
30 meter. It's a 30-meter zone, and they're on the outside. So it looks like they're out of the zone.
Yeah, I was going to go over there and fire those 3 officials on the backstretch because they're supposed to have a white flag and a red flag at the zones, and those zones are very, very important.
The zones are longer now because they took the international portion of it.
Hey, there's Mateo Smith from Grand Bahama. Mateo is away in school, and one of our top jumpers. He too has had a pretty good year as far as track and field. There you go, and he'll get out there. So Mateo fouls, and so that one's not going to count for him. Didn't hit the board properly, so he'll have to go back and look again and see how he's able to sort that out.
See, that's what I'm saying, right? Only 3 attempts.
Yeah, and you
got to get around warm in your 5th and 6th attempt.
Yeah, you got to get warm and
so
see
you
how
don't
it
get
works out.
Those 3 attempts, you're in problems.
Okay, now you got to explain to me, right? The young man holding the apparatus isn't doing the darn thing, and y'all giving him water?
So he's the official.
Yeah, but he needs to go grab the rake and do something.
So
Okay?
he's raking and holding the apparatus. So he's measuring.
You have the official here who is doing the measuring. Okay, that's his job.
Yeah.
Listen, you got the rake. Okay? I don't care if you ain't raking the yard, but you need to rake the pit. Okay? So we can have some efficiency going on right now. Okay? From Exuma, that's Anthony Winder. And Anthony gets a good jump. Here, the officials that are coming out for the hurdle events. We have the 100-meter hurdles coming up for the under-17s, and that's going to be also a timed final event. And so the officials will come out for that. And there's the athletes now that's preparing for the hurdles. So they're going to run that in just a second.
So there's only one final.
Oh, one final.
One section, right? One final.
One section for the under-17 girls hurdles.
There's five young ladies in there.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at it now. And lane 1 will be Jemiah Roll representing Andros. Lane 3. And then lane 4 will be Zion Carey from Exuma. Demelia Lockhart representing Abaco, and Antonique Lamar, okay, from Andros. And so she'll be able to jump there. From Eleuthera on the jumping board, K1 Culmer. I think that's Culmer.
No, that's not Culmer.
No, they're jumping out of order here.
Again.
And so, so we'll see how they all fix in here. And so the young ladies now getting prepared here for the finals of the under-17 girls. They're going to run the 100-meter hurdles, and then from there we go to the women. That'll also run just one race as well. Hurdles, we had Mr. Burnside here yesterday talking about the 400-meter hurdles. The high hurdles is just as difficult in more ways than one for runners.
This is the open ladies hurdles.
Yeah, so it looks like there was insufficient. So we have 5 on the sheet, and only one seems to checked in, and that's the young lady on the outside in lane 9.
So she is under 17.
Under 17, and all the other ladies on the inside
are the open. Okay, that's Kaylee Pratt from Grand Bahama will be in 2. Raven Young for Columbus Isles 3. Avanice Charlton from MyCal. Candice Murphy from Long Island. And then there's Donisha Cartwright from New Providence. And the athlete that's on the outside there, trying to get a number for her. So we'll know what she's doing here, but she'll be running. There she is. Looks like the athlete from Exuma. That's Zion Carey.
Nisha Carter is a good hurdler. She All-American this year. She won the NC2A Division 2 hurdles. Indoor and outdoor.
There you go. Indoor hurdles is suicidal.
Yeah, you go straight into the wall.
Straight into the wall. 60 meters is the same thing. You got to be joking, and you got to end up just holding and bracing yourself, and then just pray there's no injuries in terms of that. We were never one for indoors. Indoors was kind of a learning experience for me, and then dealing with the things that happen on the inside. So here we go. We have Pratt, Young, Charlton, Murphy, Cartwright, and then also Miss Carey. Miss Carey, that's there from Exuma. She's on the outside in the under-17 division. So they could put her with the big girls to run in the hurdles, the 100-meter hurdles, the women's open division. There we go. 7 competitors. And a good start. And that's what you call hurdling. There you go.
She is smooth.
There you go. She is absolutely lazy. She has had a real good year. Anisha Conroy.
32. She's been running good all season.
Yeah. Yeah. So she just completed that. Good run from her, too. It's looking exceptionally well in terms of the hurdles.
And she just run the mixed relay.
Yeah.
Side leg.
There you go. Look at she's out of the block. She just shot out of there like she was knowing she was doing, and also Kelly Pratt, also right there in the mix, high hurdles, and also coming in there looking pretty good from Mike Cal, that's Charlton. Then also you had young Raven there as well too. That too for her was an interesting opportunity to compete with the big girls, because she didn't have as many runners to compete with her in the under 17 divisions. Now we end up going to the under 17 boys. Are they going to run? We have a full field of them.
2 flights.
I think we have I think we have just one final. And so in this one you will have Gabrielle Saunders from Long Island, Quentin Roll of Exuma, Christian Pierre of New Providence, Zion Monroe of Michael, Leviticus Lavarity of Long Island, and then Kenny Moxie of New Providence. That's the entry that we do have, and so we'll see how they're able to set up here. This is actually the 110 hurdles, and so they will now have to adjust the hurdles in order to, and also bring them back to the mark.
Kenny's not there. Kenny's doing high jump. He's still in the high jump?
No, high jump. Well, he's
high
not
jump
doing
is
that.
over. Well, it's the open man. So
The open man's high jump.
Seems like their high jump is...
You say it's 2 flights, so he might be...
it's 1 flight.
One flight, yeah.
Kenny didn't turn up.
Yeah, because under 17s and then it's under 20.
Yeah.
Okay, and so that's going to be an interesting one to see exactly how that works out. So they're now working on getting their blocks together. At the U.S. trials, we saw some hurdling there, and boy, hurdling has come a long way.
Yeah,
these guys can really run.
These
and
guys
really
can
fly
fly over the hurdles.
And they can get over them like crazy. And even the ladies are doing some things.
Yeah, they're doing good.
You know, Miss Charlton has done some great things in terms of what she's been doing, and especially for a little woman.
Yeah,
to
same
be
thing
able
with
to
Denisha.
run
Only 5'2", something like that.
I was really trying to figure that one out. We know we have a number of hurdlers that are very short.
Yeah.
And going from there. And we talked about this on the first day. We can't find too much height.
No.
Okay, we find maybe 1 out of every 18 athletes to give us some height. And we saw yesterday some of the athletes that's actually competing that look better as half milers and quarter milers because of their extremities. And so they go from there, okay? And so we'll go from there. So we have Jay Philippe, who's with us this afternoon, is standing by with the interview. Jay, tell me what you got over there.
What I got is Zion Curry from Exuma and the Ragged Islands. She was the lone participant in the under 17 100 meter hurdles, and she came first place. How does it feel to represent Exuma and be the winner?
It feels great. As a person who don't really train for hurdles, I feel really great of my performance. And although I was intimidated at first to run with the big girls, I just asked God to keep me, and I pushed through.
Well, she was well kept by God. Congratulations to Zion. She is the winner under 17 girls.
I tell you that one. I thank you very much, Jay. Also, like she said, running with the big girls was kind of difficult for her, but she was okay. They put her out there so that she didn't have to worry about them too much, but she's able to compete. And we talked about the islands in development, gentlemen. And like she said, she doesn't run hurdles like that, but she dared to go and compete. And that's what you want to see. Seeing the young people take advantage of the opportunity. Now they can go back next year and work on some things and get sorted out. You could probably see her pop up in the high school nationals. You never know. She goes back home with some hurdles and she's working. And then the following year, and we get into 2005.
That's why you have to get those equipments down to the Family Islands, you know. And people down there to do the clinics so they could show them how these techniques and stuff and all.
Just don't order the hurdles from China.
I don't know why. Why you order from
Just
from
don't.
China?
Listen, go across to Florida and get them, man.
China is the manufacturer, and the U.S. is the supplier.
Okay.
And so everything seems to be coming out of China, who manufactures the bulk of the items. So even the items we have here, China manufactures the bulk of them.
That big United States don't manufacture hurdles.
Well, that's political, so I'm not going to get into that part there.
Well, don't get into that, buddy. Here we go now. So these are the hurdlers that's here, and they're getting ready now for their race. and see what they can do here. This is the under 17s. That's going to be running in just a moment. So these guys are going to come out and show you that they can run. Now, Jay Philippe is standing by. Jay?
Denisha Cartwright, who just won the 100-meter hurdles. Congratulations on the victory. What does it mean to be able to win for yourself and for New Providence?
It means a lot. To had a long season in my collegiate, so to come out and rep New Providence is good. It's fun.
As far as your collegiate career, what's next for you?
To take a nice break and afterwards get back to training and hopefully start my fall training soon. So yeah.
Great. That's Cartwright, the winner of the under 20 Open Women's 100-meter hurdles. Back to you, Caro.
There you go. And like we said, she's 5'3".
5'2". Around there,
Yeah, somewhere around there, 5'3", 5'2".
The hurdles are taller than her.
Man, but she can fly, though. She can get over those like crazy. And they're from Long Island. The runner there, Mr. Gabrielle Saunders, as they get themselves ready. And these hurdles are absolutely unique in terms of running them. I watched the kids in Grand Bahama work the hurdles, but they use them like jumpers. They use them just to work, on their springs and stuff of that sort and go from there. But to run them is interesting. We have Gabrielle Saunders, who will be in lane 3 from Long Island. Exuma Quinton Roll, New Providence Christian Pierre, Zion Monroe from Mical, Long Island Leviticus, and then you have Kenny Moxie. And so you have these guys who are going to be coming out now. And, hey, that's a unique shot there. Everybody's sitting there and waiting. Okay.
It's amazing how Kenny Moxie came from the high jump. Now he's in the hurdles.
Well, for him, for him to be there and to use the event. And so you just want to get loose. You got to remember now, age is a number.
Yep.
Okay? And if you have age on you, I don't care how you look at it, you can't do it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Lane number 3, he's been placed in the wasp nest. That kid there, he competed at the age group trials.
And now we'll see.
He's more than wasp nest.
What he got here. I don't think he realized what's going to be happening here. And let's see what the guys do. This is the under 17 110 hurdles. This is the afternoon session here. And once we finish with the hurdles, we'll go to the 3,000. And that's for the women. They'll be running. And that's another area of discussion we're going to be also going over as well. Let's see what the gentlemen do here. Saunders, Roll, Pierre, Monroe, Lavardi, and Moxie. And getting out quickly. And Moxie's the first one to hit the hurdle. And this kid is gone. Oh, he is gone. He is absolutely gone. He is flying, and right there in the back.
He's a good hurdler.
Is Roll.
He do the decathlon.
There you go.
Yeah.
Way to go, Kenny.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Like I said, it's amazing how you lead the high jump, come to do the hurdles. What is the rest time in the decathlon?
They have a minimum of 30 minutes.
And that's not 30 minutes between those two events just now.
Yeah, so he went over there, I guess, with average 7 minutes between the high jump.
And then he'll be able to move back and be able to go from there.
Matter of fact, I think that's his third gold medal for this games. He won the javelin.
Oh, I see. I understand now why you tell me you can get a medal before we finish.
Yeah,
He got enough to give you one.
That's why I told my sister Clara, don't worry, I'll have a medal.
So you'll get one, okay? Okay, boy, that's going to be an interesting one for you. Here we go now as the group of hurdlers are working and getting their blocks already, and still, we're having quite a bit of wind here, and so the athletes are running into a headwind, and so the times won't be spectacular, but the intent is to engage in the competition, which is absolutely fantastic for the athletes in order for them to do so. And so we now go back to the hurdles, and this is under 17 or open?
This is the open.
This is the open? Okay, yeah. Okay, we have, and this one looks like a limited number of athletes as well. And so it'll be Jarrell Smichael from Columbus, Iowa. We have Desmond Major who will be there as well in 3. It doesn't look like Tishwan. Yeah, he's going to be in 5. That's going to be Tayshawn Robinson. He's going to be running. And then you have also from the Columbus Isle, you have John Max Michael. So you have 2 brothers here, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, brothers.
Yeah. 2 brothers running hurdles. And then on lane 7 is going to be Tajari Umbrista from Long Island. Okay, so, and also still going on is the long jump, as they should be in their final jumps now. The men's high jump.
They should be in their final round.
Getting ready to start in just a bit. And the discus girls throw, that too should be ongoing. So that's another event that we have on the drawing board for you. And that's the women's discus, and the open women's discus. And there are some 14 competitors over there. They're all getting loose. And so we'll be able to get a shot of them shortly. And also the long jump is also being completed, waiting now for the hurdlers to see how they're going to be able to get out and go from there. What I do like is that a number of our athletes is going to be that's on our teams that are now traveling abroad, getting the Bahamas uniforms and being able to carry that, and that makes a big difference. And it's a moment in time to represent your country at the international level. And I know for them, they will do exceptionally well. These athletes that we have here at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium competing for their island groupings is essential. And so they'll be able to go home and to talk to their family and friends and explain to them exactly how they competed and how they felt about how things are going on. So you can see all the athletes are clapping as they are all now encouraging the long jumpers to participate. And that's another jump there. We can see the head. I almost jumped into the camera.
It looked like it was a scratch, but how he...
Yeah, he was happy and jumped out of there. So they're just waiting for the jumpers to conclude that area, and then they'll be able to go back to the actual running event, which is also the hurdles over there, and the jumpers that we can see from our vantage point. The high jumpers are all now just going through steps, and they're going to be getting their marks, and so they'll be able to jump for you shortly. And then also keep in mind that we will go to the 3,000 for the women and men, and then they'll be able to go from there. So a full schedule for you here today. And so we have heard from the meet director, who is also taking care of much in terms of how he's be able to get it done. I'm glad you had the stadium open in time, though.
Sure, right. Get that one.
I ain't saying a word, Bernard. At least you got open in time, so that's going to be fine. And going there again, waiting for the start of the hurdles. And we have the long jump going on. We can take a peek over there. Okay, now they're ready for the hurdlers. They will now come to the blocks, get ready to go. This is the open men's 110 hurdles. And so we will start this one here. And you have Smichael, Major, Robinson, Hutchinson, Smichael. And then on the outside, there is Umbrista. Missing is going to be Lang. It's not here. And also from New Providence, Andrews, not there as well. And in the middle of the track, I think that's going to be Desmond Major. That also is a no-show. So for our athletes, get a chance here to go. And here we go. This is the open men's 110 hurdles. Got a pretty good crowd, pretty good grouping here. And hoping for a pretty good performance. As remember now, it's all about islands. Okay, this is not something that you take lightly, because, buddy, come tomorrow, you're going to be going back home, and you're going to have to explain to Auntie Vicky what happened.
Oh, Uncle James.
There you go. And looking very, very good over the Havel, over the hurdles. Whoa, careful.
Yeah.
There you go.
This is another technical event.
And it looks like for some of these athletes, it's the first time they're negotiating 42s.
You can see it.
It's an open event. It's not the 39s what they're used to, some juniors. And I saw in there the former indoor record holder for the heptathlon, that was Desmond Major, multiple-time NJCA All-American.
But the multi-event guys have just jumped into all these events and done exceptionally well, which is pretty good, I believe, in terms of how they've been able to show that with some work down the line, they're going to be going to. I mean, you never dreamed that we would have had so many multi-event athletes as compared to what we would have had years ago. And I go back 10 years when we were crying to find multi-event athletes, female and males. Now we have them. And more than anything else. And Shanae Miller-Weibo, I understand, is now also added to the list.
She's added to the list.
And right now we have two male decathletes that are over the 8,000-point barrier. And so that's exceptionally well for us as
that's great.
As a country building athletics. But what we have lost, we've lost the events that we're dominated in. Primarily when we look at our 400 meters, we see Stephen Gardner and then Alonzo Russell, but after that it starts to wind down, wind away, where we don't have those elite performances. When we go back and we look at it, Chris Brown, Yvonne Montco, Troy McIntosh, Tim Munnins, Kyle Oliver, and the list goes on and on, all in one season, that we are able to field that 4x4 100-meter relay team at the World Championships with ease and be a contender for a medal. And we haven't done that in a very, very long time. The last time the Bahamas was in a World Championship final for a 4x4 would have been back in 2007, I believe. So, which is a very long time. And the last time we were in the Olympic finals was 2016. And now we're going into Paris 2024. And so, it all falls back on the coaches. How are you recruiting the athletes? How are you training the athletes? How are you preparing the athletes physically and mentally going forward?
But now most of our athletes, like Terrence Jones, he sprints. He was a Griffith gold medalist in the 400 meters. Then you have one there who won 45 indoors. So actually we have a 4x4 relay team. But how you could convince these guys now to run the 400?
There you go.
And so it goes back to the how are you preparing them mentally and physically for competition.
Nobody wants to hurt. And the 400, you hurt. And it takes a very strong individual mentally to be able to go through that kind of punishment. Chris Brown is just a different person altogether, because it never fazed him in terms of how he's been able to make some things happen, and that's why he's lasted so long over the years in running the 400 meters, and then also having young men want to emulate that as what was a draw. Now it's a bit different, and so what do you do? What do you do to get them back? Remember they always say, "Be careful what you ask for." Because we've been asking for this, We've been asking for all of these multi-event persons. We wanted to get into the field events and have our young people in jumps and throws and whatever. So we have that now.
And then we started lagging away from events that we should have stayed there. And so we have broken what we didn't need, that needed no fixing.
Okay.
And so we've broken it, and hopefully we can return back to the glory of relays, and we're having the World Relays next year. And we have to field a team for the World Relays, as what I'm told based on the list, the top 14 teams that finish at the World Relays gets an automatic berth to the Olympic Games. And all we have to do is finish in the top 14. And so now it's left to the B3As, the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, to be able to field those teams without the embarrassment at home, and where we have that quality team to represent us in the respective relays that we are trying out for. And we have the athletes, but now they have to sit down in the room with those athletes and iron things out.
Now we have this is the men's javelin event that's actually going on, and right now this is Caden Cartwright from Andros, who just heaved the javelin out there beyond belief, and he really got off a very, very good throw. So Cartwright put that out there. Eleuthera Sean Roll is in the competition. Cordero Longley, also Achman Brown, Caden McKinney, representing Exuma, Long Island, Alexander Dean, Ivansky St. Louis of New Providence, Darren Pelgron of Abaco, Samuel Russell for Columbus Isle. There is Michael Aquan Delancey, Columbus Isles, Jamin Woodside, Leonardo Roma from Abaco, Eleuthera Abner Johnson. There is also Tamario Petty from Columbus Isles, and also Keyshawn Strawn as well. And this is Sean here from Eleuthera, and this is the open men javelin, and that's a good heave.
And Sean is a former Carifta bronze medalist at this event.
Oh, wow.
So we have Carifta gold, silver, and bronze medalists out there.
Yeah,
Caden is the current Carifta Games gold medalist.
Yeah.
And then Keyshawn is the Carifta Games
gold medal.
And Carifta Games national record holder, national junior record holder.
National record holder.
You know, all in one. So we have a good competition here lined up in the javelin.
It's all out again right now, and boy, that was a good throw. Okay, and so now let's see who we have. This is Longley, I believe. He'll be throwing. He's the smallest of the group, looks like. Little short fella waiting for his opportunity.
Just looking.
Yeah. Let's see what he does here. See if he can get a throw out there. He's representing Long Island, Mr. Longley. Make sure. No, I think that's going to be Brown. I think that's Brown of Macau. Yeah, that's Brown of Michael. And trying to see if we can get a close-up shot there to get a view of the numbers. We found that, ladies and gentlemen, they give us a list of these athletes, and they should be in the order, but they jump out these orders before you know it. And then we are trying to figure out what it is. But I believe this should be Mike Exuma's Caden McKinney. And see what he's going to be able to do here. Yep, I think, yeah, it looks like, no. That's not Caden McKinney. Trying to get a number so he can see.
That is Michael's Offman Brown.
Offman Brown.
Yeah. And Caden McKinney will be up behind it.
There you go. There you go. Just get a glimpse of that. Okay, let's see what we have here now. Trying to get them in order for you, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone's wearing our numbers on their chests, and so as we get them to come out, and the officials just calling those individuals that's there, not based on those who may be there. This looks like Alexander Dean, I believe.
So Bernard, I see they combine both 3,000 meters female.
Yes, because we don't have the again. We anticipated 20 women. And I guess when they found out that 3,000 meters was 7 and half laps around this track in this conditions, they changed their mind very, very quickly.
I'll change my mind, too.
On a 90-degree day?
That's right.
Okay. How much more convincing do you need? Okay, how many convincing do you need? Also, we can tell you that the open high jump is getting ready to start as well, as the young ladies now moving over there for the 3,000. And so they'll be able to run, and so they're going to combine them so to make it an easier run. The young lady there on the outside from Long Island also ran the 1,500. She ran and had a very good outing, and see what she's able to do here. The little one in the middle there.
I hope they have water stop.
Well, normally water stops takes place in distances 5,000 or more.
In this condition, you need some water.
So
yep.
After 2.5 laps, you need some water.
So there's no water stations set up because the distance is only at 3,000 meters. But once it goes beyond 5,000 meters, the water stops begin to set up.
Yeah, we're essential.
Yeah.
And go there, and here the young ladies are making their way and want to go. We can tell you that we do have from Columbus Isle, this is going to be Santana Webb. And so we do have Miss Kemp from New Providence, and also we see from, I think that's Andros, right? Okay, yeah, I think that's from Andros. It's going to be Simone Bain. And also, it looks as if from Abaco it'll be Trinell Robinson. She's going to be running in the open division, and we'll see if that is the case there. But we do have the competitors waiting for the start here, and here we go. So the ladies are out. 3,000 meters.
Yeah.
Okay, this one is going to be long.
I think, Bernard, this was your event also, right? The 3,000 meters.
No, I didn't run no 3,000 meters. I might have ate 3,000 miles, but not run 3,000 meters.
Listen, man. I am not going to go down the road with y'all and this endeavor today. So I'm going to leave that exactly where you have it.
Bernard used to run track also, you know. You see him sitting here, he used to run track.
Yeah, we all did at one point.
Yeah.
Only mouths now run.
You should hear him say when he used to run the 4x1.
I tell you. There you go. Bernicia Kemp from New Providence is the young lady out there. Very lengthy young lady, very long legs, and looking very good and making herself quite comfortable. Also checking in is Miss Webb. She's there as well. And also from Andros is Miss Bain. And on the other side of it is Miss Miss Farrington. Grace Farrington. She's from Long Island, and she's up there. And she has a steady pace.
Yeah, she has a steady pace.
We saw her in the 1,500 meters. She's going to run a steady pace. Once she gets in the groove,
she
goes, and there's no stopping her. She just simply
can't
is able to run.
Yep.
And go from there. But she has an opportunity, and once she gets going, and there she is, and she will now be able to run, and she'll try and just stay right there. And so Camp is going to stay with her, use her to move and to pace.
Now,
there you go. So those two can work together.
Yeah, what she should do is run off her. Don't even try pass, just run with her. And the one who has the quickest leg speed will win the race.
Well, we'll find out in a minute. 2:09, and that's not bad as far as the time frame. They're very steady here in the afternoon session. This is day 3 of the Bahamas Games track and field competition. Still going on here on the island. You have the basketball medal rounds, and you have the softball medal rounds. They're going on. The opti sailing, boxing. It's also a event. We saw some of that earlier today, seeing the little guys, the small guys boxing. Here we have the track and field, and there she goes.
She's running away from her because, like you say, she have a very steady pace, and she's gonna maintain that for 6.5 laps.
Yeah, that's it. And that's Miss Farrington. She is out there, and she's looking very, very good. So Miss Farrington has the lead, and then also Miss Kemp in second place. And Miss Kemp's strides have now diminished quite a bit, but a steady pace there. There she is, a steady pace. So she's going to have to just continue that and see if she can make some things happen. And you can see there also the javelin throwers. They too are still in the middle of their competition. And also the high jump open is about to begin as well. So there's a lot happening here at the Thomas A. Robinson National Stadium. They just finished the hurdles. And there she is, young Miss Grace Farrington from Long Island. Ran the 1,500 meters, and here she is running the 3,000. And she is getting the applause of the fans here at the stadium. 3 minutes and 42 seconds is her time so far. And there she is, consistently running and having no issues at all. So that's good. And Bernard, I like the fact that you are running a points table and you're running a medals table in terms of that. And so that'll determine who the winner is in track and field and go from there. What a lot of folks fail to realize is that these games are not based on who will win it. It's based on who wins the specific sport in the competition. And so those of you who are on the social media platforms and flying around and sending all these medal counts all over the place and trying to put all the medals here, there, and everywhere. I saw one this morning. Please discontinue. Okay? That is not the case. It is who wins the sport, and these games are based on uniting us and not dividing us. We're not going to here to find out who win this, whatever, and we don't want to go from there. I know we know Nassau is the capital of Bahamas, but you know, San Salvador and Columbus Island is where Columbus landed.
Yeah.
Okay, we understand all of that. But these games are to unite us and not to divide us, and so there's no hard feelings.
There ain't gonna be no feelings, but somebody's gonna be out there and say who win the game. Social media is gonna say, listen, New Providence win, or Grand Bahama win, or Andrews, or somebody's gonna come and say somebody win the game.
And that's it. And so that's the hope that with the closing ceremonies to come later on, that will be explained and for the record, and to go from there. I am still trying to nudge the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture to go into cabinet once they meet and when they do the postmortem of the games and go over exactly where we are, they can come together and put it in writing that the momentum that we have from these games will transcend and carry over to next year with the Island Games, and then turn around and get ready for another edition of the Bahamas Games so that we can begin to find athletes. Boy, that's a good throw.
Yeah.
Good throw there in the javelin. Throwing out, that's Caden Cartwright. Yeah, that's about where he threw the last time.
Yeah.
And to go from there. Okay. So we're still going with the 3,000 that's going on, and right now still leading and doing very much so okay. It's going to be Grace Farrington. And we want to thank Bernard, who is going to get out there and make sure this bead moves. Listen, you need to make sure they're on time. Okay? We want to make sure we finish in time for the closing ceremony.
Closing ceremony. We want to go late.
Okay. I just letting you know. We letting you go now so you can go do that, okay? And
So,
stay on it.
Yeah, so right now, we're on time.
There you go.
Our next event starts at 5:10.
Thank you, Bernard. It's always a pleasure, man. I tell you, Bernard has been with us, and he's making sure that we're able to get that all sorted out. And so here we go. The javelin throwers will wait until the athletes do pass here in the 3,000 meters for women. That's combined, under 17 and open. And so they're now moving. So we're now still getting the athletes from Eleuthera. Sean Roll, who is also going to get his throw. And let's see what he does here. I don't know if he's throwing out of order here. Remember now, they only get 3 throws. They get the 3 throws, and then that's it. And let's see what they're doing here. Okay, he's going to be called back by the official. And Caden Cartwright is also having a conversation. Okay, so we're waiting now to find out exactly how they're going to deal with the javelin. Okay, so they'll wait now and they'll decide exactly what they want to do. Still going on is the 3,000 for the under 17 girls. Okay, yeah, it looks as if they're now going to get the javelin throwers, the men open javelin throwers, back into position and to go from there.
They should almost finish this javelin because there's only 3 rounds.
Right. And they're passing in the, it's Miss Kemp, all right, from New Providence. She's in the 3,000. We're still looking for, from Long Island, Miss Grace Farrington. She's somewhere around there. That's Theo Robinson. And she, too, is out for an afternoon jog.
It's auto, you know. This is a national record holder. She
Yeah, from Andrews.
Andrews.
As you look around the field, we still have the field events going on. The opening man's 3 down.
Oh, that one is out of here.
It's still going.
Yeah, that one. That's the goal. That's it. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Let's not have to hurt ourselves anymore. Wrap it up.
Most likely he'll take one through
Yeah.
and call it.
Well, that's what he did.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Okay, because this
that's
is the
true.
first time we're seeing him throw
This is the problem in the third round.
the javelin. Okay, there she is. Now we're looking for Miss Cartwright. Over there, Miss Farrington. Sorry, Miss Grace Farrington.
If Miss Cam to stay with her, she'd been in a good position.
Yeah. And she is up there, and so they're looking pretty good. And so we're now going to see them come around as they will be able to complete the last one, Grace Farrington. Okay, there she is. One pace the whole way around. She's been running
one
all
pace
day.
all year. One piece.
There she is. So she's now trying to get in this thing, and also in that field is Simone Bain, and Simone Bain, she's trying not to, well, she'll be lapped in this one. And here she comes. She's still running 10 minutes, 43 seconds.
I think that's the last lap.
And this will be her last lap here. She ran the 1,500 meters on day 1. And here she is now running the 3,000 here on day 3. Not bad for her. And also the full field, again, you have Miss Bain from Andros, Miss Camp from New Providence, who is back there a little bit, who was up in the front earlier in this one. But now she finds herself down in the back and finding herself in a little bit of trouble there.
They combined this race with the under 17 in the open. I think she's in the open division. Miss Camp, who is now in second, is in the under 17 division. So they'll have to.
Yeah, because you have Camp, and also Simone Bain, and the little Satana Webb, also in the under 17s, and the under the open division again. This is Miss Grace Farrington from Long Island, and there she is making her way around and looking very, very good.
Yep.
I think she's finished.
Yep.
Senior Director of Technology.
There she goes. And congratulations to Miss Farrington on a very good run. There she is. And so the under 17 winner, here she comes. Let's go back to the New Providence athlete. There she is.
That's under 17. She's the winner for the under 17.
She's under 17 champion. And that's a long run and a heated day.
That's why I asked.
Here.
That's why I asked when where's the water. It's supposed to have water in this kind of condition.
Yeah, 90 degrees here today at this track. And the other athletes still have another lap to continue. And still in the race and still trying to get around the track is going to be Bain, Bain and Webb. And also from Andros is Turnell Robinson. She's out there as well. She's also trying to complete and to get around. And also Miss Taylor in the open division and from Columbus Isle.
She's finishing strong.
Trying to get there.
That is Benjamin Vidor. Columbus Isle. Come on, let's bring her all the way to the finish.
Columbus Isle is doing very good in this track meet.
medal ceremony for the women's open long jump.
There you go. Congratulations to the lady here. And there's the completion there. One more athlete still left out there on the track for the 3,000. Give these ladies all the Gatorade that they will want to consume. Excuse me. Very heated afternoon here at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. There's a beautiful view, the final day of competition. And you still have the athletes who are preparing. And don't forget also we have ongoing right now is the men's javelin. That's underway. And then also we have the boys long jump under 17. That's going to be taking place. And then also the open women's discus is here as well. We're joined now by Michelangelo Cartwright. He is in charge of technology and the works here at the stadium and things that are going on. You good this afternoon?
Very good.
Good.
Very
now,
awesome.
First question: why we ain't got no Wi-Fi? I ain't joking with you with that. I'm letting you know this is the hot seat.
I don't know. I always seem to wind up in the hot seat.
Listen, we the hot seat. So you the man on technology. Tell me why we can't get no Wi-Fi in the stadium. All the other stadiums giving us Wi-Fi.
We actually do have Wi-Fi enabled at the stadium for the media. That was something that was very, very important to us. Okay. So we activated that.
Thank you.
For you. We would have provided a code for it and shared it with the media team. Now, I don't know whether or not that has been shared yet, but it's certainly there and available. So if you look around, you should see Media 2023.
We can call a timeout. You can go find out. No. But tell me, Michelangelo, how is it going at this point? You've had a very busy year in terms of the use of this facility and dealing with technology. It's been a test, I would imagine, for you. But here we are at the Bahamas Games. How have you been able to amalgamize everything and put it in perspective?
So, I mean, we would have started out the year, obviously, with the Carifta Games and trials leading up to that, obviously. So we had a lot of opportunity to test the systems here at the stadium. So, you know, when you asked about wireless just now, I was surprised. Yes, we did have it turned on.
I want just teasing you, man. You know.
But
you're the tech whiz, so I want to let you know. Okay.
Really, to get us to where we are now is been a lot of work. A lot of time and effort trying to get things up and running and ready for these games. We spent a lot of time ensuring that the broadcast component of these games, as you know, showing 14 different disciplines in 14 different locations or 9 different locations is a challenge unto itself. So that was predominantly our focus. We were looking more at ensuring that everybody was able to see their family perform and take part in these games. So that was the most important thing to us. Getting around to the various venues and making sure that all the systems were up and running was very, very time consuming, and we wanted to make sure everything was right. And, you know, obviously Murphy is always going to show up. We know that we had some power outages last night, and you know, we were able to push by those kinds of things. But by and large, trying to get the technology up and running for these games was, you know, something that we're used to, and we're very happy with where we would have gotten with it.
From day one, your name has been called more often than anybody I know of right now. And so I laugh because this is a concerted effort. You have different broadcast entities all combining and working together to be able to give our viewing and listening audience the quality broadcast and getting everybody to understand what your role is and how to get things done. This is where this is going to go. We need to get this in place, Michelangelo. We need to put that over there, Mike. Everything was Michelangelo. We need to get this. So, hey, have you had a good night's sleep yet?
No, I'm still waiting to catch that elusive night's sleep. But yeah, one of the most important things that, again, that we would have discussed was broadcast and making sure that it was seamless. One of the things we wanted to ensure that we didn't experience any challenges in terms of how the broadcast went off, and we would have engaged the two major broadcasters in yourselves and Cable Bahamas We also engaged some smaller production companies to really help with the broadcast as much as we could. And we were able to strike a very, very fine balance between everybody being seen and all of the events that were happening. As you know, we don't have necessarily the NBC size facility, but we certainly wanted to give the audience that kind of experience. So I think we put up something like 6 channels between yourselves, cable, some other production companies. We were able to show the vast majority of the events that were happening. So either through a newsreel or through social media, we were able to put things up and have everybody seen. That's the most important thing to us, that, you know, the people down in Auckland, Crooked Island, and all of the family islands for that matter, were able to see and experience some part of their child or their loved ones participating in these games.
Let me tell you, from the outset, this was a massive undertaking, and when we were at baseball, you know, we were at one point being sent to different channels accordingly, and to making sure. And then also we're streaming on YouTube stuff that's going there.
Yep.
And so we're seeing where we're having to go to basketball, where cable is now taking it. We're over there to boxing. We're sailing, which was a beautiful coverage we got from sailing to provide that for the audience, so the folks in Long Island could see all their boats sailing, but they're sailing for different islands, but the clean speak for sailing. So this has been an interesting scenario, and I do believe that moving forward, it's an opportunity to coordinate many of these events that we may have coming down the line.
Yeah, one of the things that, again, that we wanted to ensure that we were able to do was build this platform. So a lot of what we did was this cross-platform broadcast, as you mentioned before, between yourselves and Cable Bahamas and the other production companies. But the big thing for us was being seen.
Right.
You know, a lot of these athletes, they don't necessarily have the opportunity. And we want to make sure that those athletes get the opportunity to be seen, their talent showcased. And as the minister often says, we want to go out there and find these diamonds in the rough. And you don't find diamonds if you don't go looking for them.
Yeah.
So we wanted to create an opportunity where these diamonds are highlighted. And I think through this cross-platform broadcast, we were able to do a lot of that. And I'm very excited about it and excited about what we can do in the future.
Yeah, and I like what's going on. You can see here, this is the discus. This is the discus for women's open competition. They just started right then, Gabrielle Nixon. Those are the athletes. We have Gabrielle Nixon. We have also Miss Thurston from Columbus Isle. Also making some things happen is Kaylin Johnson from New Providence, Jayana Brown, Bimini Berry Islands, Katrina Mackey of Andros, also Lazika Thompson from Long Island, Aquia Clark of Exuma. Abaco has raised in Prensdor. And then we have from New Providence, Rima Altabar, who's going to be throwing this thing out of the park. So we ain't worrying about that one there. Josette McIntosh from Columbus Isle, Florence Roker from Abaco, also Eminence Charlton from Mycal, Bernice Knowles, Eleuthera, and from Exuma, we have Joel Hannah Johnson is the competitor, and the javelin going on, and that is going to be a tough one to call right there, because we're seeing some pretty good throws from them, and so much is happening. And then also keep in mind too, we do have the closing ceremonies tonight, and so that too will be streamed all over, and we'll be able to get the Prime Minister and the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture to give their take of the games, and to see how they were able to go from venue to venue and share in this experience.
Yeah, I mean, we have a team that's roving and providing coverage, still photography, and they've been to basically all of the venues, and they've followed the Prime Minister and various ministers, actually. I know the PM and DPM were over at softball last night. We had some other ministers here at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium doing medal ceremonies as well. So they're getting around, and I want to give shout-outs to the Bahamian public. getting out to a lot of the venue, getting out to the games. I understand D.W. Davis was crowded, jam-packed. Bankers Field was jam-packed, standing room, outside the park only. So we're very excited about the fact that the Bahamian public has come out and really supported these games as well.
You can look at the games, and Rupert and I have been talking about these games. What does it mean to you to be encapsulated in making these games happen, and to see what's now, as we come to the final day, what has happened with these games?
So I think what it means for me, very generally, is something, a sentiment that I heard echoing throughout the games. We want to really focus on unity and bringing people together. Sports is one of these things where it's almost always unifying. Yes, there's the competitive side of it where people get out there and they compete and they fight and they jeer and those kinds of things. But I was over at the Athletes Village. I also saw competitive teams sitting down watching the games together. Yeah. So it was more about unification for me. Seeing how the young people were able to interact with each other, forming these lasting bonds, these relationships. It's so important that we begin to look at how we cause, particularly our young people, to start thinking differently about life, very generally. So my focus has always been on the unity part of it.
Right.
We have a lot of things going on, a lot of sports going on. You saw the elder gentleman out there doing sloop sailing, and the federations out there doing their thing, and the councils out there, and we were very happy. We did a couple of interviews in the lead up, and we had Roy Colebrook and a couple of guys on those interviews, and it was very, very exciting to see them going back and forth about Columbus Isles and the Buccaneers and Grand Bahama team, the Lucayans. That was so important to see that we could have wholesome fun with these games, and that's what I'm really, really liking about it, and I'm excited to see these kinds of things happen again.
The place to be is going to be that men's softball game, championship, Long Island. And Long Island had the whole of the eastern side of the stadium. You couldn't sit over there if you wasn't in Long Island.
It's all Long Island.
You had to go on the other side, right?
The championship.
Listen, that's going to be coming up. Them and Grand Bahama will be playing for. That's going to be crazy. Especially the men's championship. That's going to be crazy. It's going to be an interesting one to see how that all works out. But
you're going to have to find some place to put all the people.
Let me tell you something, man. Job well done, my friend, in order to put this all together and to make sure that some things happening. We're now getting ready for the 200 meters, Rupert. And this is the under 17 girls who will run the 200 meters. And we have, in this one, it should be Devante Fernanda from the Bimini Berry Islands, lane 1, lane 3, lane 4. That's a nice turning quest of Andrews, Eleuthera Kadisha Wright. Apico has Anya Adams, and then Exuma, Lathea Roll, and then Long Island they have Savannah Frazier. Should be on the out there. And this is the race that's going to be interesting, because I see now they have 3 heats of this. I wish we had that many in the hundreds.
I see 3 heats.
So everybody running the 200 meters here. And then still in the midst of all of this, we still have going on the javelin. I think the men are finished with the javelin, though. And we will hopefully get the results of those. And then those medals also must be presented to the athletes before they do leave. Plus, we have the under-17 boys long jump. And here we go. Ladies are in the blocks in the 200 meters. And they've been asked to come up. And so you will have Fernanda, Turnquest, Wright, Adams, Roll, and Frazier. And so they brought up the athletes, primarily taking a little bit long to get into the starting blocks. And we've seen from the professional ranks, some of these athletes, it's ultimately intentional to take forever to get into the blocks and to work on the other athletes' nerves as they are moving there. So you can see the athlete there right over the block, looking to see if she can get into hers. That's Miss Roll from Exuma. And so she's in. Let's see what they do here. Looking good on the inside, moving exceptionally well.
Young lady in the inside.
That's it.
Lane 4.
3 or 4?
It's lane 4. That's it's going to be Miss. It looks like Miss Turnquest. Boy, she's running exceptionally well. 24 seconds.
25.91. That's the time to beat. 25.91.
Not bad there for her. And that's heat number 1. Now she's going to have to sit and wait. And going for that, that's Miss Turnquest. Good run from the young lady for running for her island called Andros, the big yard. And I'm so elated that the folks over there in Andros, especially Northern Andros, have now gotten back their electricity from the mishap that last week created a problem over there. And trust me, with the kind of heat we have in there,
they need it.
What?
Yeah.
Get that electricity on. There's a replay, as you can see, quite smooth here, as she's able to come off the bend. Miss Turnquest running all by herself. And there she is, and coming right behind from Long Island. That's Miss Frazier. And so, congratulations to her. She crossed the line. 25.91 is the time in the first heat. And the second heat, and see what goes on, and wait and see exactly what goes on. And you have butterflies accordingly, right?
That's what I say. Just like in the 800 last night, the record holder, he had to wait to see if he's going to get a medal.
And didn't get a medal. Because the heat that was behind him was the fastest heat.
Right.
And in the interview he had with Jay Philippe, he said, no, I want to run in that heat.
Yeah.
Okay, but they put me in this heat. And so that's a difference. So that was in the 800 meters we had last night.
Yeah.
And so we'll see what happens today. So these 200s are going to be kind of interesting, as we'll see how they're able to work out. We now go to heat 2. And we now go to Exuma. You have Laquita Hanna. All right, Kevin E. Campbell represent Columbus Isle. Grand Bahamas, Sasha Ferguson. Also from Abaco is Sari Hart. Unique Lewis of Exuma and the Barrier Islands. Bimini Barrier Islands has got Myra Brennan in there. So it looks as if we've lost one of our athletes out there. So we'll see. That's lane 7.
That ain't too bad. One didn't turn up.
Yeah, so one we've lost. And so here we go. Let's see what happens here. A very good start. Everybody here is bunched together. And as they come around on the outside from Bimini and the Barrier Island, looking very, very good right now. Miss Brennan relaxing and coming up on the inside. Sasha Ferguson. But Miss Brennan out there running for Bimini and the Barrier Islands.
26. Still 25.91 to beat.
Way to go, Miss Brennan. And the folks down in Bimini will be able to celebrate her. And for us to see these athletes from Bimini run, Bimini, you can hop, skip, and jump over Bimini, because it's so small. But the athletes are doing exceptionally well.
Yeah. But, I also want to highlight, all of the islands so far have medaled.
There you go.
Every single island has a medal.
Oh, there is. Every island has a medal, which is good.
Which is very good. That speaks to the quality of competition. I know they talked about the fact that we had a lot of athletes matriculating out of New Providence and into the Family Islands. So that's really what's creating the center of the competition. The fact that they had the opportunity to get out to these other islands.
And there you go, and they will compete. And then also here we have Heat 3. The lineup for this one will be Shanna Adley of Grand Bahama will be in 2. Jasmine Bain of Columbus Isles in 3. And 4 is Raish Pantry of New Providence. Ricolas Moxie from Andros. And then there's Zara Frazier, Long Island. And Kalia Davis of New Providence. And also Samari Adley of Eleuthera. And a lot of folks didn't understand it. But remember now that New Providence is a melting pot. And make no mistake about it, if you want anything to happen, you got to come to Nassau.
That's right.
Okay? And so we've had incidents in this country over the last 10 to 15 years that has created a situation where there's been a population shift to New Providence. And every time I come to New Providence, I try to figure out what in the world y'all gonna build next. Okay, and so
where we can build it.
I've never seen that much construction going on. What in the world are you gonna build next? And so everybody comes to New Providence, and so they leave Long Island, Auckland, Crooked Island, Long Key, and San Salvador, and are here. And so now this is a chance to put on that uniform and represent those islands that they had to leave to matriculate here to the island. Here's the third heat. And on the inside, very quickly, Miss Adderley looking very good here. But on the outside, from New Providence, that's Miss Davis. Miss Davis out there looking good. They'll now straighten up. And here we go. We've got ourselves a race. Grand Bahama and New Providence. Inside, that's Miss Adderley, and then also on the outside, Miss Davis, and Miss Adderley will cruise across the line, 25.66.
Well, the first heat is running the fastest,
25.9.
Oh no, they
25.9.
25.9. 25.6. This is the
25.6
fastest heat.
is the fastest heat.
She probably be the
so that's probably be your winner right there. Okay, Miss Adderley, and she has been running very well while she's been here, and you can see she got on the blocks, very smooth as well,
fast,
and very, very quick. There you go, and coming around the bend and going there, and she reminds me of Antoinette Strawn many years ago. Arms flaring all over the place, and now that she has been training in Jamaica, they have actually corrected a lot of that. And I saw her at the Nationals.
Yeah, she's
smooth as heck. Listen, ain't no Maserati got nothing on that woman. That woman, boy, she was so smooth down there. Good, googly goo. An easy run. Her the technical part of her race is coming along, and I know for many of these athletes that are at the collegiate level and competing, you'll find again that their ability to also correct those things are going to be very, very important. Moving right along, we go now to the under-17 boys 200 meters. We got 3 heats in this too, guys.
3 heats.
We have Cairo McPhee of Andros, Kalita Thomas of Cleto Thomas of Long Island. Malik Nesbitt of Eleuthera. Abaco has Tazan St. Jules. Bimini Berry Island, Kamo Roll, and from Grand Bahama, Quentin Gordon is in this. And then also you have O'Shane Tyson. And again, luck of the draw if you get in the fastest heat or not. You can see what happens.
If you don't get the fast heat, you don't get medal.
Boy, listen, you will have to wait and go from there. Yeah, you'll get a medal, all right. You got to go over there to McDonald's to get that. Get it in the kids' meal. Get that in the kids' meal.
The important thing is for them to get out and run fast.
There is, and there we go.
Compete.
This is heat 1 of the under-17 boys 200 meters. And very quickly out front, Quentin Gordon, but on the inside, looking very strong. Quentin Gordon now comes out. Now let's see if he can carry the speed. But on the inside, this is Chico Thomas. And Quentin Gordon now at the 200 meters. Quentin Gordon, let's see what time is he going to post for Grand Bahama. 2284.
2284.
So Quentin Gordon posts the first time in the 200 meters for the under-17 boys. He was a little bit disappointed with the one because the lane draw that he got with the heat draw that he got, and now he got this heat, and so he got out there and went out and run, told his dad he's going to leave it all on the track, and you see here he straightens up, and he is one of those kids who started running at very, very young age. He has dreams of going off to school and running for the family, for the whole Gordon clan. Let me tell you something. It's a bunch of them.
Yeah.
What? And his granddad is sitting right there in front of the television watching. And when he gets home, he's going to get a bag of potato chip. And make sure he's going to go. Where to go, Quentin Gordon?
A bag of potato chip.
Get a bag. Oh, yeah. That's granddad. Listen, his granddad has always had something for his kids. For the grandkids, you know, when you become a grandfather, you got to keep these little things around. You got to keep the lollipop chips and some other little things.
I know.
Make sure, okay, that you give it to the kids. Second heat of the under 17 200 meters. This is going to be Cameron Newton from representing Andros. The Bimini Berry Islands has Randy Colbrook. Andrew Brown of New Providence is going to be in 5 with Dazon Curry of Exuma. Columbus Isles has Oriane Tyson, and from Mical, you've got Justin McPhee, who's going to be on the outside. The time to beat, 22.84 seconds.
84.
And we'll see what they're able to do here. And they got one more heat after this. And see if these guys on the track can make some inroads. And going here. Okay. So here we go. Lane 5 will be empty. Yep. That's the lane that Rupert should have been in, but we leave that one alone. Okay, we'll go from there. Here we go, folks. So now the time to beat here is going to be 22.84. Yeah. And very quickly from Columbus Isles, getting out there is Orion Tyson. And boy, he is not taking no kind of pressure at all. He wants to go, and he is gone.
It was like a bullet.
He ain't checking. He was looking for that clock, and there you go.
It's ready for 95.
Boy, he was running. He was running. He wasn't checking. He just wanted to run and to make it happen. And so, let me tell you, from start to finish, he's going to make sure you know good and well that he was here at the meet.
He looked like a bullet.
Okay? Yes, he wanted to make a statement that he was dominant.
Yeah.
And I can tell you what the story going to be. Well, you'll see how I bust them down.
I got to give credit to Columbus Isles.
Yeah,
They've been doing phenomenally well through the entire games.
Yeah.
They got a good stock of medals there that they're going to be taking home. So, and I'm pretty proud of them.
You know, it's the representative of Columbus Isles.
Who's the rep?
The fella who's going to say these games are officially over tonight.
Pastor Browning.
I tell you, going to be great, and it's great. Also, today has been a wonderful day for us. I know it's been a little bit warm, but now the fan base is coming out. Opening ceremonies is set for 8 o'clock, and we'll be the closing will be 8 o'clock. I see, I'm excited here, man.
Yeah, excited.
You want to start again?
I got 2 weeks of this. Okay, all right. So I had to let you all know I had 2 weeks of this.
He's in the capital.
Yeah, I had to vote for this. Yeah, you want to play the song? Nassau is the capital, Bahamas. I tell you, man, but that's just the kind of stuff it's been. And I tell you, for you, the effort is highly appreciated, and we're seeing some very good things. I've been watching the coverage, and we're getting it from all angles. And so the Bahamas should be very much so happy about what they've gotten. We now go to the final heat here in the under-17s. You have Brown from Long Island. Eleuthera has got Roll. LeBlanc is from New Providence. Aidan Kelly, Grand Bahama. You have Tehran Moxie of Exuma. Kemp from Abaco. And Strawn from Michael. And watch in the middle of the track. New Providence. This is going to be a good one. Grand Bahama and New Providence. And let's see what happens here when we go down the stretch. And pulling away is going to be Kelly. Aidan Kelly, let's see what he got here. Yeah, 22-23.
That's the winner.
Nice.
That's the winner.
Nice run.
That's the best run of the day for the under-17 boys. Way to go, young man. Just a walk in the park. Gonna be hearing some good things from him moving forward. Good start there by athletes to get out the block. And there you go. And I'm impressed. LeBlanc, also from New Providence. This is a kid that needs to be working on the fours, and so he can work on that straight.
He feels like a 400.
And he would be great, right?
Yeah.
Because he has that stride, which is good, and even that way. And I know Burnside said to us yesterday, "This is the kind of guys you need for the 400-meter hurdles."
Not only that, right? That's the kind of guy you need for the 800. He's nice and tall and slim,
long. He got a nice long stride.
There you go.
These kids are being in the wrong event, but I just say that.
No, man, you got to understand, man. They want to be the showboat.
Yeah.
Okay, the 200 is a classic event.
Yeah,
right? So
just
you want
like
to be able to come down the middle of the track and be able to say, okay, and the fans over there calling your name, and you're hearing those familiar voices. But if you go down the backstretch,
nobody.
You even ain't hearing the pigeon in the back there.
Remember, you still got to finish the race.
That's it. You really can't do anything out there at all. And so we now have the ladies. This is their opportunity now to take to the track and see what they're going to be able to do here. Still having some of the field events going on. The high jump for open men, that too going on right now. And so we have quite a few events. Ricardo Lightbourne with Angelo Cartwright Also Rupert Gardner. And see if we can get a distance there. We do apologize. The fact that we cannot give you the distance or the heights of the various field events. They are still in China, and we're waiting for them to reach. You people who picked up your car last week, because your car was on the boat from China, we ain't get the apparatus. Hopefully next week they'll be here. We'll see how it works.
Put it in the cars.
Put it in the trunk.
Yeah.
Let me open the trunk and get it, okay? And go from there. That's why I laughed when I heard that, that they're still in China. And they should have been here for the Carifta games. But still in China. But they'll reach here at some point. So next year we'll be having all the apparatus.
Well, they have to have it for the World Relay
and everything else. So
they're still very
going
much
to need stuff.
struggling with supply chain issues in technology. So anything that has any kind of chip in it, that has to come from anywhere far, that has to be manufactured, is always, or has been difficult over the last 2 or 3 years since the pandemic. So, those are the kinds of challenges that we're still facing with technology. Hopefully everything that we require for World Relays will be here in time. They've all been ordered. We're still waiting.
And they come from China?
Okay. See? You trying to get people in trouble. Rupert Gardner? You're a setup, Rupert Gardner. You're a setup, Rupert Gardner. This is the final day of track and field competition. Behind us, you can see the jumpers are also taking part in the high jump. The jumper there from Andros, they're going through, and then also over and the 200 meters, they're also getting ready for that. We have the under-17 girls. They're going to be coming out shortly as well. There they are on the track. Lane 3 will be Fernanda from Bimini and the Berry Islands, and lane 4.
So that's the open ladies.
It's an open lady, so they made us a swap on us as well. Okay, no.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the open ladies.
So they don't have that many athletes as far as the women's open 200. So that will change dramatically. And so we'll have to see how that all works out there. So we'll get the count. Yep, the women's open 200 meters. And so they are going to compete now. Let's see what they're able to do. And only 4 competitors. Here we go.
That's lane 4.
That is very Byfield.
Yeah, Byfield is running again.
I believe so. Yep. And there we go.
At Columbus Isle.
Yeah. Columbus Isle, that's right.
Yeah. $26.15.
Oh, that's a good run.
Yeah, that's good. That's the waiting game.
Yeah, now you got to see how that's all going to work out and see where we go from there. And from Columbus Isle, that is Kevinice Hannah. Okay, and so she's over there. And also in this heat was Janaea Andrews from Bimini, and she just wanted to put herself out there. And there they go, Miriam Byfield, and also Miss Hannah running out there. Miriam Byfield still active.
Still at it.
At all these years and still running. Boy, when I get home, she and I are going to have a conversation. I need to know what bush medicine she's drinking. I want to know there's a market for this stuff. Because if you can still be running and still involved, I would like to know. And I think that's going to work out exceptionally well.
That's right.
To go from there. So
she's 35.
There you go. That will help us out quite a bit. And now we go to heat number 2. Let's see how many athletes we're going to have in this one. Let's see. I want to make sure we get some numbers and get an identity. It looks like this is going to be Demina Bow of Andros, it looks like. Okay, and then there's also in this one Tania Boodle of Abaco. And out there Long Island is going to be Candace Murphy. They could have combined them, but okay.
Yeah, they could have combined the seats.
They have these, the 3 in the outside lanes, 5, 6, and 7. Okay, also out there. And also on the inside, it looks as if it's going to be Miss Bethel.
They probably could turn this into 2 heats.
2 heats, yeah. Miss Bethel also there as well from Bimini and the Berry Islands. Let's see here. Out front, making it happen, Miss Bo from Andros.
The big ad.
Yeah, she's gone.
She's running.
Yeah, she's running like crazy. And so let's see what she does here. All right, 26-66.
66.
Yeah,
The first seed was 26.
Same thing, around about 26 same time. Then make sure get it right. Okay, young lady from Columbus out, Miss Hannah. There you go. It's the thrill of competition. That's exactly what it brings, the competition. Well-run race. Form still competitive, just a little bit of turnover.
Yeah, she didn't break down. She went straight through the line.
Stayed right through.
Hands are moving real good. Up.
Not bad, not bad. There you go. Not bad. A very good run there for her. And there's our fan base. Our young athletes all in the stands and those who've come out to watch the track and field competition here at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. So these guys are all having themselves a wonderful time and doing a very good job. And now we go to the final heat. And we're going to see who we have here. I think that's Ms. Miller will be in lane 2. Troy Nell Miller in lane 3 is going to be Ms. Penn. All right. And then there's Camille Rutherford of
she's not here.
Is going to supposed to be in lane 4, and so she is out of this one. Okay. I think Frank Rutherford called and tell her this, and that's enough.
Yeah, that's enough.
Okay. Prestea Johnson of New Providence.
They call it my name.
Then, okay, Brianna Pratt of Columbus Isles, and then there's also Zaire Stapleton of Long Island, and also Janaya Roll of Grand Bahama, and the outside in lane 8. I think that is open as well. So some of the athletes opt in not to compete here in the 200 meters. So we have ourselves 4 athletes. And very quickly, Miss Johnson from New Providence is out like a bullet.
She gave the memo this time.
Okay, yeah. She knows very well this is a time final. And she is running. And she has the clock in her sights. And she is flying. And she slows down 24:44.
She's the winner.
Yep. Okay, she's the winner. Just a nice little jog.
Yeah.
No big deal. I just came out of the air conditioning for a little bit, and then I'll have a little run now. Going back into the air conditioning. I gotta go chill out and call it a day.
That's curious. I thought you ordered extra heat for today.
Well, let me tell you something. From last month, it's been that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And going from there, but there's a wonderful race right here. And let me tell you, she looks very strong as well. Get Jay Philippe to grab her. Get a take from her. Exactly how she feels about what she's doing.
Spin position.
Yeah, she is.
She'll slow down.
Yeah, she looked over and saw the clock and realized what she had to run. And said, okay, 24, no big deal. I can shut it down and call it a day. Boy, let me tell you, Brother Cartwright, I am not complaining. All right? I am not complaining. I have a unique habit of every day looking at the weather and seeing what's going on. And as long as they say that's Saharan dust out there, I am happy.
Right.
Because remember now, Grand Bahama is on the edge of Hurricane Alley. And as long as we have the hurricane, we have the dust, everything calms down.
That's right.
Grand Bahama Power, we can pay your bill. Okay? Right. And we can be all right. BPL, we're going to pay the bill. We're going to stay cool. We got the air conditioning. But we don't need no weather out there to be doing. No. Keep that Saharan dust out there as long as possible.
Yeah.
Okay? We don't mind the heat.
And I must say, we have had some great weather throughout the games. We had some rain was what, yesterday?
Yeah,
yesterday. That's the cool thing.
Just to cool things down.
And then we also got some wind that came with it afterwards, and so we have it today. And this morning, very early, around about say 6:30, 7 o'clock, you could have put a plate on the water on the north side and it'll float. But now the winds come up a little bit, and so you're able to now get some cool air. And it's going to be needed because for these athletes who've been competing, especially those out there at softball, it's been very hot and humid. They've been able to find themselves pretty comfortable, and I think that's worked out very well. We now go to the 200s, and this is going to be for the men. And so we'll see now exactly what they have here and see how that goes and see what they are able to do. And we're going to get 3 heats in the 200s as well. And this one you will have Jonathan Harris, Delva, Brandon Davis, and also Erison Brennan and Malik Saunders, Long Island, Lutheran, Abaco, Berry Islands, and Mike Howe. And so we'll see how they're able to get in there and to go. You know, what's so unique is with this temperature stuff, the concern is people who are in the house and who are trapped in and can't move. And so we say to family and friends, if you know somebody who's not mobile, able to move, check on them. And make sure that they're okay, that they have cold water, they have a fan or something to have them, the air conditions on or whatever, but they got to be comfortable.
If you look right under the medical tent, you see how much athletes lay out?
Yep. A whole buggy load of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, with various injuries again, and tired and worn out again. Good move by the meet director to put this to an afternoon event, because they had to go in the morning and then have to come back.
They wouldn't come back.
Oh, they wouldn't come back. They wouldn't have come back.
And a lot of these athletes have been doing a lot of things as well. They had nationals, junior nationals coming into this event, so we know that they're already exhausted. And I think they also have some international meets that they're preparing for as well. So we want to make sure that
they leave on Tuesday to go to Costa Rica. To under 18 and under 23 NACA championship.
So we want to make sure that they stay healthy and that they're all well. We pray certainly for the ones that are here under the medical tent, that it's only a little exhaustion, that they can all make speedy and healthy recoveries.
It looks like it's basically just a lot of exhaustion with the heat and feeling dehydrated. I need to find out where they find the ice. Everybody been looking for ice here in the Providence. That's a precious item. Man, that's a precious item, man.
Everybody looking for ice.
Let me tell you, man. Everyone looking for ice. Even when we came here today.
And that's what you did.
That's it. And ice to cool down the body and bring the temperature down. Here we go, gents. We go to heat 1 of the 200 meters. This is the open men's competition. And out very quickly. And running very quickly is Harris. Looking good from Long Island there on the inside, and also from Abaco, Brandon Davis out front. But so there your 2 runners. These guys looking very, very smooth. There you go. He's going to cruise inside there. There you go, Long Island and Delva, and also we had Davis in this one. The guys ran exceptionally well. Good run, young man. Very good run. There you go. And he got out well, Jonathan Harris. And you can see there his turnover. He's absolutely quick in the middle of the track there from Abaco, Brandon Davis. That's another quarter miler there for you, Rupert.
That's right. Look at the height.
Yep. Another Stephen Gardner. In the making.
And you can see it.
Yeah, in the making. Absolutely. Another one that's right there with his ability to see if he's able to run. That'll work out very well.
And he's only 17. So that means he could be a good quarter miler.
And I believe...
I don't know his coaches, but, they could lead him.
Oh, we could talk to Coach Williams.
Yeah.
All right. We'll go to Anthony Williams, and then we can make sure that we get him to do some things. And we could see next year we'll be able to go from there, and we'll see what's happening. Okay, we got our Jay Philippe who's also in our broadcast. He's standing by with an interview for us. Jay, take it away.
Well, Ricardo, I tried to grab the young lady that won the 200 meters, but she declined the interview. But I have with me Holland Martin representing the big yard. It's on. It's on, Ricardo. It's on. So I have Holland Martin with me. Holland just won the long jump in the open men's. Holland is also one of our national athletes. Holland, 3 jumps, just 3 jumps. How are you able to mentally prepare yourself and execute those jumps?
I mean, honestly, the goal was just to come out and have fun. Not to put too much pressure on myself worrying about technique and other stuff. Because, this was kind of an off year for me. So my mindset was just to, come out and represent and just definitely take the goal home. But just come out and have fun and execute the best way as possible. So
good. I know you're one of the elite athletes. You recently took part in NACAC, and now you got the Olympic year coming up next. What's going to be your mindset? What's going to be your drive moving forward for next year?
I mean, I got some plans that I don't really want to say, but for sure, definitely next year I'll be back for Olympic year in full effect. This is kind of a off year for me, but like I say, next year I'll be back. And, yeah.
Speaking of Andres as well, too, Andres have been developing so many elite athletes recently in throws and jumps as well, too. How is it that you guys are able to produce so much athletes from Andres?
Catch grab. But no, I mean, boy, I know, God. That's all I can say. We have some great athletes that came from Andres, but
there you go. Holland Martin, back to you guys, Ricardo.
Okay, here we go. As we go now to the next heat. This is going to be Darren Francis, Nastasio Williams, Joshua Johnson, Yuri Mills, Mr. Spencer McIntosh, and also Kemp. That's a full field in the second heat of the 200 meters. And out front, that's Mr. Spence from Grand Bahama, running exceptionally well. $21.95.
The first seed was 22.
22? Yeah.
22?
Yeah, that was 22, so that seems to be the leader at this juncture.
Yeah, this heat coming up going to be fast also.
Okay, the next heat will be Tyrell Thompson of Long Island, Demaya Adley of New Providence, also Ian Kerr is going to be running, eh?
Yeah, that's
okay, Samson Holbrook from Exuma, Anthony Adderley from Columbus Isles, also Zion Miller from Andros, and also Somali Farrington of Columbus Isles. And so there you can see the replay. And not bad, a very good one there as well. Good stuff. Good stuff, guys. What I do like is the fact that we're seeing a number of senior and junior athletes all competing, and so they get to meet one another. And then you have a young man like Ian, who is transcending into the ranks and still moving around from coach to coach to coach to coach. And I think that's going to be another thing. Getting the right coach has been one of those key areas. We've been hearing a lot of these athletes are switching coaches this year again, I guess because they haven't gotten the kind of results that they want.
Yeah, that's the problem. They haven't gotten the results they want. But sometimes, like the coach say, you have to trust the process. If you don't trust the process, you're not going to get what you're looking for. You can't be moved from coach to coach, coach to coach. You're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah, trusting the process, and we heard that yesterday from the coach. It's from Exuma. He was talking to the kids about the fact that they need to trust the process and see how they're going to be able to run and to compete. But the time to beat now is going to be 21.95, and that was set by Spence from Grand Bahama. This one, lane 2, is supposed to be Thompson from Long Island, and New Providence will be Adderley. He's there. Ian Kerr is there. We can see Colbrook from Exuma in there as well. And for Columbus Isles is Anthony Adderley, who will also be right there in lane 6. Zion Miller should have been from Andros in lane 7. And then also Farrington for Columbus Eye out there as well. So, there he is, number in lane 2 from Long Island, Thompson. So so we got a pretty good feel here.
Yeah, this is a fast field.
This will be a fast field.
Yeah, the winner should come out of this.
Yeah, we'll see exactly who's fit and able to run. This has been a long track season for a lot of our kids, especially those who have been abroad and who have been actually competing at the collegiate level and now coming home and competing at home. This is a plus for them. I know it's very taxing because many of them want to just shut it down.
Yeah, shut it down.
Get ready for the peas and rice and the pork chop and whatever comes along with it.
And potato salad.
And the macaroni. Yeah, they're waiting for that because when they get back to school, they go back on this nutritional diets and whatever else, and they ain't going to get that kind of food. And so those kinds of things they will have to think about, but at least they're home now, and they can get that home cooking, which is essential, especially for our kids mentally, for them to also use that to transcend physically. So when they get back into school for off-season work, strength and conditioning, they'll do well. Runners in the blocks, heat 3 of the 200 meters, and they are off and running. Colbert, Adderley, and also Kerr, looking right there. And Colbert up there. And
this is a good one.
Ian Kerr.
Yeah, this is a good one.
And Kerr and Colbert. Kerr and Colbert coming through. 21:39.
They're looking at each other.
There you go.
They can start pointing at each other. Yeah, I get you.
I got you on this day. I got you on this day.
Ian is having fun.
Yeah. Either way, he's having fun. He doesn't mind. He's able to have himself a wonderful time there. Congratulations.
That's a pretty good run there.
Yeah, pretty good run there.
Yeah.
That's it. And so right there, Ian has the fastest time, 31:29. Ian Kerr has the fastest time so far, 21:39 compared to 21:95. There you go. There you go, young man. So Ian Kerr and Samson Colbrook. Right there.
Also Stephen Newbold in there.
Oh, yes. Stephen snuck in there.
Yeah, Stephen stuck in there. He probably got the bronze medal.
Yeah, Stephen took somebody's number and got in there, man. Illegal! Illegal!
No, they probably didn't change it.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they did either, man. I can tell you that. No, they would not have changed it at all, but it's good to have Stephen Newbold and have those guys in there.
He went 48 the other night.
There you go.
Yeah,
and,
he's getting back.
He's getting back.
Yeah.
All right? And I think to have him back in this environment,
it's good.
It's good because there are so many distractions out there.
Yeah.
And so to have these young people stay in this kind of environment under you guys' care and direction, they could get away from that foolishness and do some things, whatever, because his history, he needs to stay focused and go from there.
The basketball, track and field is a good environment to keep the young kids, and baseball is good to keep those kids in those kind of environment.
Absolutely, and I know for us in Grand Bahama, that's something that we have been working on. We have B.K. Barnaby, who's down there now, is in charge of the Northern Division of Police, and that's what his officers are also engaged in now. And that is doing some things for our young people and going from there. Jay Philippe is also standing by. Jay, you got the fast kid called Kerr?
I got the fastest man in the 200 right now in the Bahama Games. Ian Kerr, Bahama Games champion. Ian Kerr is one of our elite athletes in the Bahamas that currently resides in Florida. But you came home to represent your Providence, and now you're the champ.
Right. Yeah, man, I just wanted to come out here, execute my race, but then again, have fun with the guys and show the crowd that we can still bring excitement back to the Bahamas Games and back home to the Bahamas.
It was a pretty stacked field. Some of the guys are professional runners. Prior to the race, what was your mindset and how you felt you executed?
My mindset was just pretty much get out and execute the first curve. Once I execute the curve, the straightaway will pretty much take care of itself. Despite the wind that we had in our faces, I knew that if I came off the curve in top position, then the straightaway would take care of itself.
I know you're a professional athlete. What's next for you as far as your schedule? I know the Olympics is next year. What's going to be some of the things you're looking forward to?
Next right now, just taking it one step at a time, trying to qualify, get enough points to go to World Champs this year. And if not World Champs this year, try to qualify for Pan Ams later in the summer. And then next year, take some time off and get ready to qualify for the Olympic Games.
There you have it. Good luck to end the 2023 Bahamas Games 200-meter champion. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Like he said, he's home. Peas and rice, macaroni, potato salad. Listen, make sure you get steak, and you also have the poor man's steak pork chop.
That's your pork chop.
Gotta have that on the side.
Fried or steamed it.
What? one way or the other. Eat all you can, because once you get back into Orlando and go up there to train, it's not gonna be the same. It ain't gonna be the same. But tell you what.
See, mommy gotta do your little care package. Get a little bundle to carry with you when you go.
Yeah, but mommy can anyhow. Mommy could go and bring that.
Matter of fact, here in Florida, Mommy could go cook some meals sometimes.
There you go.
Because they like go shopping.
There you go.
Walmart full of
everything that you need to do that, you can go and make sure get it done, and you can have some fun with that and go from there. But like he says, it's all about his timing. Yeah. It's all about getting himself prepared and whatever's going to come down the road. We saw him in Grand Bahama when he came down to the meet there. We saw him at the Nationals and the 100 meters over there and the 200 meters, and now here he is competing here. So giving the little bit of home flavor, I think, to the athletes and running with the guys also, kidding and running just now and kidding with our brother Colebrook and just laughing, So that's what it's about.
This is what the games is for. Fun.
Fun
to be fun.
Friendship. Fun and entertainment. Now, coming up next is going to be the 3,000 I see here on your schedule, and that's going to be for the under-17 boys, so they'll get a chance to run. And also after that, we'll go to the 5,000, and then we go to the relays a little bit later on. So good so far this afternoon, even though we started off, it was scorching, and now it's cooled off a little bit.
Cooled off, yeah.
We put Tonique Williams on blast, when she was here on day one. Tonique is now going to pledge to try to find a dome for this.
Right.
Okay, now
for the stadium.
I hope she forget.
Good luck, Tonique.
When she come back, she'll be sweating.
Take the tent off it.
And Tonique don't like the sweat.
There you go. She don't want to sweat, so we get that condition. I tell you what, guys, we got Jay Philippe standing by. He's got another champion in this Bahamas Games, Jay Philippe.
Yeah, I'm joined here with Grace Farrington from Long Island. Grace had a busy past few days in track and field. She just won the Open Ladies 3,000. Grace, long distance race, Long Island. How does it feel to be the champ?
It feels really good. The race felt really good. I wanted to PR, and I did. So I'm really happy with it.
Grace, I understand you come from an athletic background. You also do multiple sports. What other sports you compete in?
I swim. Yeah.
I know you had a busy past few days, other events that you took part in. What were the other events you took part in the Bahama Games, and how did you do?
So on Thursday, I did the 1,500, and I came second in that, and I did a season's best, and then I did the mixed 4x4 yesterday, and then the 3,000 today.
There you go, Grace Farrington from Long Island, the 3,000 Open Ladies champs. Back to you, Caro.
Thank you very much. And she had herself a full 3 days.
Yeah, she really compete.
Okay. And also she swims, so she would have been over there at the aquatic center.
Yeah, she
and also put something over there as well. There's the high jumpers. They too also still competing here today, as we're seeing them move along very, very quickly and trying to get them. I think there's only a couple of the jumpers left. Remember now, they do 3 and they're done. And so we were talking about that a bit earlier in terms of how they were going to get it. Travis Joseph and the guys also in the field. I think, let's see, we have from Sean is there.
He's an excellent high jumper. And then you have Kyle. He's a good high jumper too.
Yeah, Sean jumping for Eleuthera.
Yeah, Eleuthera.
Okay, there you go.
Both
Sean just competed a couple days ago.
He just been down to CAC.
Yeah,
El Salvador.
Yeah, he just competed a couple of days
ago.
As a
matter of fact, he's going to the under 23 in a couple of days in Costa Rica.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good, in order to make sure that these guys are able to compete and to go from there. I'll never forget when he and Shawnee was haggling over the high jump. Who's the better high jumper? Shawnee says, it's me. He says, no, I go show you better than tell you. Shawnee says, man, I go into the fall. Now she's back to the high jump, okay, as a multi-event competitor. What an incredible family.
That's right. Matter of fact, they have a young sister also, Nisi, is doing the heptathlon. And she's going to the under 23 meeting in Costa Rica.
Boy, let me tell you, their dad, he should be smiling, but only because of their mother.
Yeah, that's right.
Sean, you ain't got no talent. Sean, you ain't got no talent. Sorry, bro. I love you, man, but no, Sean. It ain't happening, Sean. I just nipped it. Almost had it. We've been making sure that all the moms get all the credit, all the perks. Even though we just celebrated Father's Day a short while, we did get our crab and rice and pizza.
Yeah.
That's it. But moms get the world, and so we're gonna leave that like that.
Sound like you had pizza.
Listen, I didn't mean to go public, but that's just the way it is. That's just the way it is, man.
That's all right. We still love it. Eh?
That's it. We still love it, and it's because of the support mechanisms that we as men give to the children, whether it's ours or somebody else's own. It's very, very necessary. And there's Sean. He's now getting ready to get everybody all excited. And see, he wants to do that. And he yelled over to the crowd to come on and cheer him on. Let's see what he's going to do here. He wants this one. He wants the excitement. And you can tell he's a classic
he's
high
a
jumper.
classic,
Yeah, knows how to work that crowd, man. Work that crowd and make it happen. And let's see what he's able to do here. Here's his approach. Oh, goodness. He almost had that one. Yeah. And so what they could have done is gone and come back and work on a few things. And competing for Eleuthera.
I think the high jump is finished.
And that's it. So he wanted to come and have a good showing, which I think is ideal for everyone to see. Some of our quality athletes. He was up over. Yeah, he had it. Just needed to pull those legs and get on over. And had it all. The mechanics was there and everything else. And even though he just competed a couple of days ago, some other things there he can come together. This is Alice, I think it is. Kyle.
I'll say no.
Yeah, I'll see. Yeah. Kyle. And so they're supporting. So gold and silver will do it. There you go. That's what I talk about. Excitement.
Probably has to gold and silver.
Get everybody to stay in the wake up now. There you go. Oh, goodness. He, too, almost had that one as well.
Now, the winner have to be, they told him about the knockdown, so you have to go back to the, who jumped the best knockdowns.
How many misses they've had.
Less knockdowns.
And to go from there. We also want to say a very special thank you to the communications guys that's here at the stadium. They the announcers doing some things like that's Philippa Willie, who's also doing some of the announcements, and the guys that are making everybody aware what's happening. And the in-stadium announcement is always essential in order that folks know exactly what's going on in the stadium. Yeah, we're on air giving you this stuff at home, but here in the stadium has a different element. And so folks got to know how that's going and to go from there. But we did speak to Bernard, who has put together for us the point listing going into this one. We can tell you that as far as a medal count, 17 gold so far for New Providence. Andros has 8 golds going into the competition today. Grand Bahama with 7. That's going to change. And the points is New Providence for 385, Andros for 275, and Grand Bahama 246. And again, some things happen now. There can only be a winner here for track and field.
Not overall.
Not overall winner. We've been saying that all through these games. Take the social media posts and delete it.
I think delete that.
Okay, delete it. Get rid of it. Don't send it to Cousin Sue, and don't send it to the neighbors. Delete it. Okay. There is no overall winner. Okay.
These games very specifically have been all about unity, and the competition. There's not going to be an announcement about who an overall winner is going to be, but we are keeping track of medals to see how well the teams are doing. But yeah, the focus is these games, because it's been such a long delay since we've had these games, was to get the athletes out here and have them enjoy themselves participating in the game. So as a Bahamas Games Secretariat, we decided that we weren't going to look at announcing an overall winner, and we would just focus on the athletes and having them have fun.
I want to congratulate you on that in terms of what was done, because what it's done now is that it's now given the athletes the opportunity to just compete and don't have to worry about anything else. There's your under-17 boys, 3,000. We'll come to that in just a moment. And then, too, how many medals y'all ordered? 6,000?
Plenty.
Okay. Do me a favor. Don't show Rupert none. Don't show him none. He ran here orchestrating to get my medal.
I need my medal.
No way, Rupert
I'm
Gardner.
not going to leave the stadium unless I have my medal.
No, Rupert Gardner. 3,000 meters.
We got some rooms down here. A shower someplace around here.
Somewhere. Here we go.
We have a lot of people taking up residence. Feel free to join us.
Yeah.
3,000 here we go, guys. We've got in this field, it tells me 10 athletes, but you can see out there in the front, the two athletes are running well from Andros, Gabrielle Johnson, and also Lance Burnside. They're up there, and they're having their own pace. And again, the 3,000. We heard the interview a minute ago from Ms. Farrington, who won the female competition. This is under 17 boys. In the field, you have Carlton Romer of Exuma. There is Gabriel Johnson of Andros, Nathaniel Smith of Columbus Isles, also Ross Martin of New Providence, Logan Curry of Eleuthera, Tamario Colby of Exuma, Lawrence Burnside of Andros, and then there's Aaron Knowles, Bimini Berry Islands. That's a familiar name for me, and we'll see how they're able to do there. And so here are the two runners from the big yard that are now running together and broke away from the pack here. And the thing is, let's want to stay together and work together as a team. And let's see what they can do as far as the 3,000. We saw earlier the girls, the two athletes broke away and able to carry through. And 6 laps, there we go.
Yes.
So these guys are going to be now making their appeal and their run to see if they're able to get themselves a gold, silver, or bronze. And that's going to work out exceptionally well for them.
And Ross Martin is not here because he's being selected to the under 23 NACA team. So they were only allowed to run one event, and he won the 1,500 meters. So that's why he's not here.
Well, listen, I don't blame him. They only allowed me to look at one event, and they tell me I must take it easy.
Yeah.
All right, don't get excited. Don't get excited. Do not get yourself excited and get over anxious. But here we go. We can see the spacing now with our athletes as they will now continue. They've got after this one 5 more laps to go and feeling very, very comfortable. There's a good look. And also you can see the javelin is also taking place for the girls. They're having the javelin competition. That's ongoing. They should have had that a little bit earlier. Women's javelin, okay, yeah, that's going on right now. You will have that competition, but its focus now is on the 3,000 for the under 17 with 3:19 to go. He'll be given a lap count when he comes around, 5 laps to go, and the official putting up the 5 fingers to let him know what's going on. And this is absolutely fantastic for these guys to be able to have themselves a very, very good run and see how they're working. And so they're looking pretty good coming around the corner. We're trying to find out where the other athletes are and to go from there.
That's when you separate yourself from the pack.
Yeah.
Right? Don't stick around. Because if he started to slow down, they'd be so far in front.
Yeah. I think he had
take them some time to catch up.
I think he had a word with Ms. Farrington.
Yeah.
And the fact that you're able to get out there, you have to run your own race.
Yeah. And not only that, when they had the 800, the guy who ran from the back, he used so much energy
to catch up.
When he catch up, he couldn't stay with it.
Couldn't stay with it because he had basically just run out of gas. And so right now for the big yard, the athlete here will get an ID in terms of the number there, and he's now looking back and seeing exactly what's happening there, making sure. Okay, they're telling us that that's Gabriel Johnson. Gabriel Johnson. Yeah, Gabriel Johnson. And so he's out there in the front right now, looking pretty comfortable in terms of what he wants to do. I was never appreciative of anything over 400 meters. I had nightmares getting instructions from my coaches in college, even in high school. All right, listen, we're doing the 5-mile run, and I'm like, holy cow. Okay.
By running distance now, we're building on the program. Because, years ago, maybe we didn't have no distance program. The last set of good distance runners we had was myself and William Johnson and Anthony Williams and Jeff Simons, and, those, you don't have those no more.
But you now have a crop,
you have a crop.
and a very good cadre of distance runners, which is, I think, speaking well for what we're doing. One thing we're finding, though, as well, guys, is that many of the collegiate entities abroad, universities, colleges, and even high schools are now looking at a number of our children, primarily because we do well in academics. And then two, our mannerisms speaks well about us and how we're able to manage ourselves accordingly. And we all have one thing in common. We coming home.
Yeah. Sorry. We ain't staying over there.
We ain't coming home.
We ain't staying Uncle Zon.
No.
Coming home.
We ain't coming home, we coming home. We ain't into that foolishness.
I've done what I came to do.
That's right, and I go on. Meet some friends and, lifetime long friends and back home.
There you go, and he's still running exceptionally well, Mr. Johnson, and he's lapping the entire field, and there the Bimini and the Berry Islands runners. And so you have there Mr. Sweeting and Mr. Knowles. They're going to be lapped. And so he's continually still going. These two guys out for a run. And I don't blame them. Bimini ain't but so big.
Yeah.
Let's have a nice little jog, and enjoy ourselves. We're in the Bahamas Games.
It
doesn't matter.
I mean, with a mile long?
If that.
Yeah.
They hop, skip, and jump.
And so, you just run up and down the roads and whatever, so do this stuff. So for these guys, whether they win, lose, or win a medal, the fact is that they are in the record.
Yeah, they compete.
They're in the record books and competing in the Bahamas Games. And I think that's also very, very important right now. And there you go. There you have Mr. Johnson, Gabriel Johnson, having a very good run out there. Also, he'll pass the ladies that are also throwing the javelin. And look at a man from Eleuthera walking it.
You want to walk it on?
No.
You want to even walk.
He don't want to get lapped.
We need to have a conversation. We need to have a conversation, man.
I know his coach Canard Markey. He got some words with him.
We need to have a conversation, man. You can't be walking. Come on, you need to keep going. 2 laps to go, so you get lapped this time. Look, if you keep walking, you get lapped again.
Twice.
And so you got to run, man. You got to run. Even if you jog, like my 2 friends from the Berry Islands.
Oh, we call it fast walking.
Man. Yeah, they're having a good conversation, man. The lunch today in the village was great. How about you, man? Everything was fine. You have a conversation and run. And go from there. But again, Mr. Johnson looking very, very well. Still trying to find out where Mr. Burnside is. He was with them for a while, but he has dropped back to 2nd place. We'll see where he is quite shortly. But for the most part, he's looking pretty good and running exceptionally well here and having themselves a wonderful time. And so our athletes also under our medical tent, everybody's getting iced down and also getting conversations from the medical team in regards to hamstrings and legs and going from there. So for many of the athletes, they're having situations again because of dehydration and cramps. And so they are now getting lots of fluid. I see the nurses giving them a lot of fluid and watching them and making sure that these injuries, and then too, they're also giving them referrals so that in the event if this thing acts up, you know where to go once you get back to your island. You'll be able to turn around and be able to get somebody to take care of it and see how it goes. And there he is coming around, and he's going to have one more lap to go. And he will also lap the field. There he is. He's on his final lap. On his final lap and moving around, looking very, very strong. There he is.
He has a nice pace.
Nice pace.
I see water out there now.
Yeah, they say he needs water.
I see
After these kids that run all this, matter of fact, they should be having water every 2 laps. Take a sip.
Yeah. But I did see the table there out near the finish line, just beyond the finish line. So
make sure they get some water and hydrate.
They can stop and hydrate.
And then once they would have finished, make sure they do take in a lot of fluids in order to ensure that they're able to regain their balance, because heat stroke is no joke.
Yeah.
And so we want to make sure that our athletes do not have to engage or have to deal with any kind of situation like that. And now he's getting a championship welcome by the stands and the fans that's cheering him on. And here he comes, the young man, Gabriel Johnson, representing the island of Andros, coming around, and you can hear the applause from him, and he is your gold medal winner, the Bahamas Games champion at 3,000 in the under-17 boys. And he still got energy.
Yeah, he still got energy. He paced himself well.
Very good run.
See,
good run, young
it's
man.
on time, people.
There you go. Everyone's cheering him on and making sure everybody's going from there. I'm still waiting for my Bimini and Berry Islands boys. Where they?
They're on the evening jog. They're
picking up a little trot now. So
there you go.
You might see them at some point today.
There you go. Getting some water. There you go, buddy. Drink that
that's
water.
That's the important of drinking water.
Get that water. Hydrate yourself. Make sure you're okay. And go from there, okay? So here we'll go. Let's see.
Got loads of energy there.
Yeah.
He's still moving around.
Yeah. He's,
more often
he's a
than
young fellow.
Huddled over and whatnot. But he's still there, very, very active.
Still 15 years young. And so he has a future ahead of him.
Absolutely.
And if he is able to look at how he's going to put his career together, that's going to work out very, very good for him.
He's going to be a good distance runner. You can see, the way he paced himself, more training, more mileage, he would be good.
Yeah. There you go. And here they come from the Columbus Isle, Nathaniel Smith. Nathaniel Smith, way to go, buddy. And there's my boy from Andrews, Lawrence Burnside.
Yeah, they put the water out.
Yeah, there you go.
They did listen.
Yes, they did listen to you. And so the meet director made sure that these young men did get some water to ensure that they are taken care of. Congratulations to our young Mr. Burnside, and a very good run there by Mr. Johnson and the 3,000. And so those guys did exceptionally well. Waiting for my Bimini boys. They're out there on the track somewhere.
Ricardo, they coming.
Okay, somewhere.
They're coming.
They'll be there.
They could be. There we go. I see one of them. I think going around the 100-meter mark there.
There you go. Mr. Johnson is with Jay Philippe. Hey, take it away, Jay.
Yes, Scott, I'm here with Gabriel. Just won an impressive 7,000-meter. First place wasn't even contested, really. Your 3,000 wasn't really not much competition for you. How you felt about the race?
It was no competition, but even though I was trying to break 11 minutes, but next time I can break it.
For sure, next time you will break it. As far as your strategy from start to finish, what was your strategy?
Just run the straight and jog the curve.
And now you would have gained points for Andres. What does it feel to know that you would have won for Andres?
Feel like a champion.
There you have a champion. That is Johnson. And recent race, the 3,000. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Jay. Young man said point blank, he's a champion. He's correct.
No competition.
He is my champion of the day. Buddy, you can run that race, and you got that kind of energy. You ain't panting. You ain't tired.
No.
Hey, at 15 years, you remember when you was 15? You can't remember yesterday. Don't worry about 15. But that's it. It is. And that's it. And going from there. And Jay's also got another interview for you. Let's go right back to Jay Philippe.
Yeah, I got Sean Miller with me, a guy that's, the name says it all. Sean Miller just won the Open Men's High Jump this year's Bahamas Game Champ, one of our another national elite athlete that attends Ohio State University. How does it feel knowing that you would have came down after a long season, came home and won the high jump at the Bahamas Games?
Well, we wanted to just come out here, put on a good show for the crowd. I know they didn't. We got a competition next weekend, so we just wanted to come out here, use it as a good session, get some good work out of it, and yeah, feels pretty good to be home.
You actually represented the island of Eleuthera. How did that come about? Put him on blast. That's Sean Miller, the high jump champion, one of our elite athletes, just took part in the NCAA Outdoor Track and Field Championships as well. Looking forward. As far as the season, what's next for you as far as different meets as we prepare for a busy off season?
Right now, next weekend, we have the NACAC under 18 and under 23 championships, and then we're looking to jump good there. Hopefully, we can come back home here at the Blue Marlin meet, get a good mark there, and then we'll be looking at the World Championships.
And next year's Olympics next year, big major meet, the biggest meet in track and field. How are you going to prepare yourself, hopefully, to make that team? What's going to be preparation for you?
Just staying focused, trusting God's plan. You know, came a long way, and I know still got a lot more to go. So just trusting God's plan and keeping faith in it.
There you have it, Sean Miller, Open Men's High Jump Champion. Back to you, Ricardo.
Boy, he has really matured in terms of how he's been able to compete, and a very busy Olympic year coming up as well. So things are going. Just earlier this week, we had a conversation with some of the journalists out of the Caribbean in regards to how is it that the Bahamas per capita, okay, in terms of what we've done at the world level, is actually number one compared to those countries with millions of people. How are we doing it? And the question came up, how does the Bahamas do it in turning out so many champions?
I guess because of our athletes' training, our coaches. We have some of the best coaches in the world training our athletes, and that's how we get on top of our game. You know, every year, every Olympic, every World Championship, we come back with a medal.
And it's amazing because when you look at the millions of people that it's in Jamaica, the millions of people in Trinidad and other places, and the only other little small country nation is Barbados, but all the other Caribbean-based countries did well. I know from the Olympic Games when they did the medal count per what the Caribbean islands did, we won the Olympic Games.
That's right.
Yeah. All right. Everybody else was haggling.
The Bahamas always win.
That's right. For the past 3 Olympics we won. We have the 2 fastest 400 meters in the world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then turn around and with the Jamaicans, they have the fastest 100 and 200 meter runners running around. And then our good friend Usain Bolt, he's still touring the world. Yeah. And now they have a new cadre of young athletes that's now emerging, and which we will see in these regional games that's coming up. But we have our own to be proud of. Yeah. And the same young people you see here that's out there on the track are going to be the next wave of athletes that's going to take place. Because when we look at what has transacted in baseball, we've seen the Rangers and all the other guys who were top ball players back in the day, Sweeting and all of them. Now we got another group of young people that's now taking over. Get it out of your mind that you're going to be playing forever.
That's right.
Okay? There is what we call turnover. And the turnover may take 5-10 years, but it's called turnover.
But some sports, like I shouldn't say that, don't want to leave the sport. They want to be there till they're 60, 70.
The only sport you don't need to leave is sailing. All right? If Durward Knowles can do it, then go to sailing.
Yeah.
But if you're going to come out there and be a hindrance in softball and baseball and basketball and tennis and volleyball and other places, no, man. No. The world don't want to see that.
You have to have a turn. You have to leave the sport. Just like a world record should be broken, that's how it should be. Leave the sports with grace.
With grace.
Yeah, but then I think on the other side of it, you also have to think about opportunity for the others coming behind you. Mm-hmm. And I think for those that are kind of lingering around in the sport and filling those spaces as elite athletes, where they in most cases have subventions from the government, you're not giving the athletes coming behind you proper opportunities to hone their skills and get themselves in the programs that they need to get into as well. But I also think we need to start to focus more on the national program. Right. I know we have a lot of programs out there, a lot of things going on. But nationally, I think there needs to be something that we need to do to cause for these athletes to really start to churn a bit more in terms of their development. I think that's something that we're missing and something we need to focus on.
Well, that's something they're going to be working on. The national programs have been talked about. They've tried to create it, and many of the sports have failed miserably.
Yeah. Okay,
miserably to get it done. And they may not let me on Bahamas there, but soccer did a terrible job. Yeah. And I can say it whether they like it or not. They've done a terrible job in regards of its national program. All the players is elected from New Providence, and then they'll get one from Grand Bahama, one from maybe Abaco. They didn't even want to take the Abaco players. They didn't even take the Abaco players. And they even didn't check away Luthra. Take them off from here and you make that a national team. Soccer, you fail miserably. Get the memo and get it right. And do what you're supposed to do for the development of young people and the game of soccer in this country. And track and field has done it right. Softball has done it right. Basketball has done it right. Tennis has done it right. Swimming is the greatest.
Definitely swimming did it right.
Swimming is the greatest. Boy, listen, they're doing a good job.
Yeah, they're doing a good job.
And we want to see it continue. Even today, watching the little guys in boxing, they too now have gotten the memo that you need to start working on your programs and bring boxing back in the country.
Absolutely.
And then go from there and make it happen.
Because, the government give every federation a stipend, which is probably $80,000. So no way your program should be to the bottom of the thing.
I tell you, and that's why when the young man from Abaco said to the Bahamas Football Association, listen, man, FIFA giving you all millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And you even ain't come down there. I know years ago they're supposed to be putting a field down there in Abaco to help those guys, and they got great players. Okay, they're doing nothing for them.
Ricardo, I think a big challenge too is we just feed into the program. What we need to do is incentivize the program.
There you go.
Right? If we just, put water in a jug, it's just going to be water in a jug.
Mm-hmm. Like the hot water.
If we add some ingredients to it, we could make something out of it.
Agreed.
So we have to change the formula. The very definition of insanity, Albert Einstein says, is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result. You have to change the formula if you want something to change.
There you go. Madam President of the Bahamas Football Association, I know you're watching.
She just got elected.
And I know you're hearing it. And so please, in my lifetime, allow these young people to play the game for what it's worth. Just take the love and the joy to the islands of the Bahamas. These Bahamas games have shown you from the teams that played in these games and at all levels that there is much development needed. Do what you got to do for our kids. We got a 3,000, the 5,000.
5,000.
Yeah, this is Rupert Gardner's race.
Oh, yeah, I love this one.
Oh, he loves this race. The 5,000. We got a full field of young people. And to go over there, these guys will not need any transportation back to the village. Don't worry putting them on the bus. They're going to run down the back.
Straight home.
Straight home.
They go straight home.
And go from there.
Go straight back to the hotel.
I tell you, Michelangelo Cartwright, Rupert Gardner, who's looking for a medal somewhere. Michelangelo's going to go try to find one medal that may have fallen in the bottom of the bag to put on Rupert.
He said I was going to find a room. He said he wasn't going to leave.
They're going to find something for my good friend Rupert Gardner.
I'm going to get a medal before I
go from there.
We got it.
But he's going to be all right.
I was going to sign up for this race, but they didn't allow me.
No, I don't blame you. Because we're looking at this, Rupert. You have Mr. Gibson at 21, Adams at 17, Brown at 32 from Exuma. 51 is Mr. Delroy Booth.
51.
Running for Andros. Wow, Keith Hanna's in this.
That's what I said.
At age 50.
It's a big field.
Rupert, you missed it.
And you have Paul Thompson, 43.
Yeah, you missed it for Long Island.
40. I can beat all them.
Yeah. John Marshall, 40. Darren Bain, 46 for Michael. Rupert Gardner, you missed it, man.
You wait till I go back.
Oh, man.
They select the stem and they give me a chance to.
Oh, boy. Here they go. Here are the runners up front.
I can beat this crew, man.
Rupert, we would have been like the fellas from Bimini, man.
Yeah. Running for the fun of it. There you go. There's our field. This is the men's open 5,000 meters. And they're running up front there and all are looking good. That's Christopher Centillo still up there in the front area. And also you have Mr. Nathan Duncan. He's up there as well. There's my good friend from Grand Bahama, Keith Hanna. He's up there as well with them. And Keith Hanna is taking the lead. And Keith Hanna, at 50 years old, is hanging with the young boys up front.
This pace they running, that's too slow for me, man.
Yeah. I can imagine. I can imagine, at this point, this is a Saturday, okay? And so that ambulance over there ain't for you. Okay, they have the ambulance over there as a precaution. That's for the athletes. So we did the right thing of sitting you right here with me, Rupert. And here you go. There's Keith Hanna coming around with the young athletes. And so they're looking very, very good, making some things around there and looking well as far as they're concerned. And also
I think Keith is running with his trademark bottle, isn't he?
Them see two little young boys.
Yeah, Keith Hanna up top, Duncan, and also Santil right there with him. So Keith's setting the pace. Now, the thing is, I wonder if he could shake these fellas.
He can't shake them boys.
Okay.
It's too early.
What happens?
It's too early in the race.
Yeah. Too early in the race, eh? Okay, I can find out exactly what's going on. Keith Hanna also competed in the 1,500 meters. Like he said, that was not his race.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said this is race.
This is
long race.
The long race. And so he's going to see what he have here. So now the youngsters in the field passing Brother Hanna. Let's see if he stays with them.
He's probably not a lap. When you see these two boys, Nathan and when they take off now.
But I want you to notice something, though. You can tell this is just a regular run for Keith. He got a water bottle.
He got his bottle. Yeah. He got his bottle. Anytime you see him, he has his bottle.
Which likes to run the road, right? He's got his water bottle, and so this is just a regular run for him. Now it becomes a race, and we'll see exactly how this one is able to come out. You can see that the two New Providence athletes, Duncan and Santil, they're now beginning to take control. 3 minutes and 13 seconds, looking very, very good, and now beginning to pick up the pace and lapping the field, as they will also lap the Andros runner. There you go. Boy, yep, there they go. They're moving.
Them two young boys can you still go. And they run a good pace. Matter of fact, they run together.
Okay, and looking pretty good and looking very comfortable out there as well. I think that's Brian Gibson, who also seemed to be looking well. And so these two guys now beginning to move, and you can see the training has now paid dividends for them, and they're having a nice lengthy stride as they now move around. And the athletes here who opted to run this 5,000 just to represent and make sure they have representation from the islands.
And you see these young boys, they're picking up the pace every lap.
Every lap.
They're feeding off each other, right?
There you go. And they're going to pull each other along. And still right there and see. But it was great to see Keith Hanna up there early with his water bottle. Yeah. Feeling good. He's going to need that water bottle
he needs that.
A little bit later on.
He needs some Gatorade too. Anything.
There you go. 9 laps for these guys. Here we go. And that's 4:33 so far. So they are now beginning to move. You can tell they're now beginning to open the pace as they have now, I guess, gotten into their rhythm. And there you can move, and that's one thing that when you're in shape and you feel good, you feel that nothing in the world can stop you, and your progression and your competitiveness then goes up another level, and you feel real, real good. And so that's going to be great. And once these guys do finish, they will need to make sure they hydrate, get that ice and cool down, get that body temperature down ASAP, and go from there. If you look like Steve Fontaine and them, they used to go and turn around and go sit in the tub of ice. And bring that temperature down very quickly.
Yeah, you got to bring it down.
And so, because again, where they run so much, you just want to lose a lot of fluids. But I tried to explain to some young people the other day when we were at baseball, they were telling me, "Oh, Mr. Lightboard, I'm not in the sun." Yes, but you're in the heat. You could be in the shade and still lose fluid.
So your temperatures to go up.
Right, even though you're sitting there on the bench, please go get a bottle of water.
You gotta stay hydrated.
Right, and drink something and stay hydrated. That's very, very essential in doing so. Here are the top runners as they're now coming around, and they've now got some 7 laps to go.
And the beautiful thing is for the good part of the race, they're running in the shade.
Yep, and feeling good. You can tell from the arm movements and going from there.
They really relax.
Very, 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 very relaxed. And they're going to lap the entire field eventually because of the pace that they are on. And looking very, very good. Mr. Christopher Santil and Mr. Nathan Duncan Jr.
Matter of fact, those two guys also in college, they run cross country also. So that's just like
this is an ongoing conditioning.
They run all year.
Yeah, they run all year. And cross country runners and distance runners have to run all year. You would find that once you do talk to those athletes at the elite level, they'll tell you that they've got to put in 30, 40 miles and then it's all timed, and everyone wearing the various watches to take care and get your pulse and all the other things that's necessary. So the techniques and the whole ambiance of running the distance has changed dramatically. For us, in the most cases, we would say, okay, we starting at 6:15 and then we run it until whatever. Now they're looking at mile intervals, turnovers, and so the watches and equipment that they're using, they can tell you exactly where they are at certain points in the race, and so they will know.
Yeah,
with the mile and
with the mile at, with the 800 at, the 400, is that's why you see Nathan keep looking at his watch here what time to run.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody's trying to keep their times in these races. It's super important to them.
Absolutely, because then you'll know
put in that work.
Then you know what your progression is,
Yeah.
and if you're not progressing, you're regressing, and so you're going to be in a lot of trouble. But for these guys, they're doing exceptionally well.
Yeah. And not only that, right? Nathan is running off him.
So guys,
he have a good sprint. Now, if Nathan don't try pick up the pace, he's going to get beat.
He's going to catch him.
There you go. What we're going to do, guys, let's take a break a minute. Let these guys continue to lap the field. Let's go to the medal presentation.
Representing
Under 17 boys.
With a time of 15.43 seconds, Brandon Hutchison. Congratulations to all medalists in the open man 110-meter hurdles.
There you go. So Harrison Thompson, chairman of the games. Harrison was also chairman of the Carifta as well.
Yeah.
And so, okay. So here we go. We're back to the
Medal
competition.
ceremony for the open woman
there we are.
100-meter hurdles.
Looking very, very good. Again, Christopher
Mr. Harrison
Santil,
Thompson,
and also we have
chairman of the
Nathan
6th edition of the
Duncan
Bahamas
Jr.
Games.
Those two are there. And there's my good friend from Andrus, who's out there running and making some things happen. And he's not in the race right now.
Collecting the bronze
What do you think goes through their minds, Ricardo, when they're signing up
with
for
a time of
races?
15.42 seconds.
I don't know.
Ivanese
Let's go back to the medal presentation.
You're a gold medalist at the 6th edition of the Bahama Games in the open women 100-meter hurdles. Denisha Cartwright, representing New Providence with a time of 13.34 seconds. Congratulations to all medalists in the open women 100-meter hurdles.
So there you have it, the medal presentation taking part, the hurdles. The boys and girls are getting their awards, and they're going to try to make sure they get out these medals as quickly as they can, because they don't want the athletes to leave and go back to their respective islands unless they do in turn get their medals in doing so. So it's very, very important. I want to say a very special thank you to all of the volunteers that have really put some effort into making these games a huge success. There's some ups and downs, but the bottom line is overall the games, to me and to many individuals, was very, very successful. And like you said, brother, hey, it achieved its purpose.
The objective, like I said earlier, was to have unity and to have people have fun. So we're very, very happy with that. You know, I'm just looking at the medal count that I received this morning.
Medal ceremony for the open women.
Columbus Isles is really really picked up the pace. I mean,
the Honorable
they're doing well.
Ramming,
Grand Bahamas doing well as expected. Some 160 medals. That doesn't take into account this medal count from today.
That's right.
New Providence with 174 medals. we're doing
Collecting
very,
the
very
bronze
well.
medal.
And you were sending shout outs to the
Providence,
volunteers. I want to send
the
shout outs to
Buccaneers, finishing with a throw of
statisticians
10.43 meters.
who are out there
Kaylin
going from
Johnson.
event to event, and there are multiple teams out there, but they're doing a phenomenal job keeping those results coming in and keeping the Secretariat informed as to how
Collecting
the
the
teams are
silver
doing.
medal,
So we're
finishing
very,
with a
very
throw of
happy with that.
10.53 meters.
There's your medal presentations
Representing
as well.
Columbus Isles, Arawak, Tajne, Thorncraft,
And we said
Thurston.
from Columbus Isles, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, Columbus Isles picking up all those medals.
They certainly backed up their talk
there you go.
In these games, so they were very,
Your
very impressive.
champion
Go Columbus
in the
Isles.
women's open shot put, representing
shot put.
the Chick Charney of Andros,
And
finishing with a throw of
the gold medal.
12.32 meters.
There you
Carnitra
go.
Mackey.
Yeah, there you go, Miss Mackey. Congratulations. As she's able to get a medal and she's the champion.
Congratulations to our finalists.
And the hope is that
in the women's
we
open shot
very,
put.
very soon would be able to have the 7th edition of the games, and so that same enthusiasm will be enforced and encouraged. So let me tell you, Michael, we can let you have a year off. Okay, we can let you have a year off. Okay, we can let you grow afro. You can be all right. We can bring you back the year after and do this thing again.
So, one of the things that's so interesting about this is
Medal
that
ceremony.
I,
For the open
when I
women's
started this,
discus throw.
I started
Presenting
2013
the medal,
Carifta,
the Honorable
2014
Lisa
World
Ramick,
Relays,
Minister of
2015
State
World
for
Relays,
Social Services
2016
and Urban
Carifta,
Development.
2017 World
Also served as
Relays,
the member of
and then took a little break.
Okay.
And then did Carifta this year, did Bahamas Games this year. We're doing Carifta Swim.
There you go. Right, that's
next
gonna be
year,
next year.
and then going into relays.
There you go.
So I don't know, a year off.
Well, we call it a year off because we're
Collecting
going
the
to space out the
bronze
Bahamas games.
representing
We're going to be busy next year with the Carifta Swim and also with the World Relays, and then you will get 6 months.
Yeah, I think
Let's do it again.
one of the great things is, through all of the events, there's progressive building on what we do in terms of technology. So it for every event we add something on,
Collecting
on,
the
and
silver.
I see a
Finishing
lot
with
of
a throw of
great potential in these
37.36
games.
meters.
There are lots of things
Representing
that we
Columbus
can
Isles,
be doing
the Arawak,
that we can
Tajne,
add to
Thurston.
enhance the games. Obviously, budgets play a significant role, but if you do it over time, you don't feel it as much.
There you go, and that's it. We're talking about
Your
Columbus
champion.
Isles getting another medal,
In the
so the
women's
medal count
open
is now
discus
moving up
throw,
for Columbus Isles.
Representing New Providence, finishing with a throw of 39.46 meters.
Yep. There's
Kaylin
your
Johnson.
Javelin throwers, all doing well. So all the awards now, making sure that these athletes get their medals, and they have to do so as we will be going to the closing ceremonies. That's set for 8, and so all the other disciplines will be actually sorted out so they can come over in time. We understand that they're making some room for the other sports to finish, so that we can get here in time for the closing. So they pushed it to now 8:30, and so we have the closing ceremonies and the wonderful
Medal
message
ceremony
that will be
for the open
delivered
men's
by the
long
Minister of
jump.
Youth, Sports and Culture, and also the Prime Minister in regards to the games itself. What's going to
Presenting the
be
medals.
fun is
The Honorable Lisa Ramick,
when these
Minister of
when the
State for
members
Social
do
Services and
convene,
Urban Development.
and they'll have the conversation about
Member of
who did what. Now they can make noise with these medals, right?
Yeah, they can make noise.
All right?
Of course.
But they don't count. And so it should be interesting to see exactly how that works and the conversations they'll have as they will all get together and go from there. That lunch break going to be fun.
Who represent my island, get this one, my island get this,
Yeah, and that's it.
Yeah.
Well, we put something on the all in basketball. Better go find something to come by. Yeah. Softball, you know where the softball gold medal is? Okay, good. You get some time to work on it.
Representing the Chick
Hey, you see us in track and field?
Finishing with
roll them out.
6.82 meters.
I was just about to say, I think every island got some gold medal in something, but there's one island that did not get a gold medal. Hopefully they get one out here at some point tonight.
You're a champion.
They have to be able
in
to
the open
brag
men's
about
long
something,
jump here at the 6th edition of the Bahamas Games. Finishing with a jump of 7.03 meters. Representing his hometown, Chick Charney's of Andros, Holland Martin.
He's pretty good.
Not bad. Okay, so your champion right there in order to get it across on New Providence. 23-18, the guy.
Congratulations to the medalists in the open men's long jump.
Teal. And then his teammate right
just
there with him as
finishing this
well.
race, the men's open 5,000 meters, your gold medalist, Christopher St. Louis, New Providence Buccaneers.
And we still have a number of runners who have still got to be
That's Nathan Duncan
accounted
Jr.
for, and we see them passing us in the back end. Some guys are out for a Rupert Gardner jog.
Jog in the back, we used to call it.
And I'm glad that we've been instructed that the closing ceremonies is set for 8:30 because it's going to take him that long to complete it. And they're going to have to take him off the track because the 4x4s have to come up. And so they have to make that break and going from there. And we'll see how that all goes on as well. And also keep in mind that now with the medals that are now being presented, they will also be able to give these athletes the opportunity to take a break and also to hydrate and get themselves where they need to be, and also as well. I must say that the village for the athletes was superior, and I want to say congratulations and a special thank you on behalf of the athletes, the coaches, and also the council group as far as the accommodation and transportation. No hiccups, no issues. Everything went as smoothly.
Excellent. Kudos to my good friend and brother Taran Maki and Deanne Barrett, who would have handled those aspects of the games. We're very, very proud of the work that we put in. We always know there are little hiccups and challenges that may occur. But one of the things that we pride ourselves on is overcoming whatever those issues may be. As a team, if we all have to kick in and do something, that's what we do.
Stephen Newbold getting the bronze medal in the 200 meters. Open men.
Finishing with a time of 21.53 seconds. Let's hear it for Samson Holbrook.
There you go. Exuma gets the silver medal.
He just laughed from area.
Right. And then coming up now, stepping up to the podium is Ian Kerr.
21.38 seconds.
And he is to be congratulated. There you go, Ian. He's going to have another good year. We also have Jay Philippe who's standing by as well. Let me tell you, that 5,000 meters was a lot to deal with. And for Jay Philippe, who is a guy who runs his mouth. Jay ain't gonna run that 5,000 meters. Jay,
certainly won't
take
run
it away.
the 5,000, won't run the 200, won't run the 400, won't even run the 100. But I'm joining now with Denzel Soy, who just won the 5,000 in the open division. That's 12 and a half laps. How you felt about your performance, Denzel? That was a long race, and you had a 1-2 punch in Providence. You guys were able to pull it off.
First of all, I would like to thank God for this unbelievable talent. And secondly, I'd like to thank my mother and all my coaches. Coming into the race, I wasn't confident at all due to the fact that I haven't run a race since April. And I'm currently in university, so when I'm finished with college, we go into our off-season training. So I wasn't preparing or anything, but I was able to come out here, put a jersey on for Team Bahawk, for Team in Providence, and get them to go.
As far as your off-season, you're here for the summer. What's going to be some of the things you're working on this summer as far as track and field and preparing for next season?
To be honest, I've just been working on cross-country. I've done 2 track sessions on the track, which is this past week, and I just came out here and run. And my teammate Nathan Duncan, who I've been training with from 14 years old. So I want to give him thanks too, and his parents and all our coaches. Thank you.
There you have it, Denzel Sawyer, a humble man that's attending university. He's the 5,000 open men's champion at this year's Bahamas Games. Back to you guys.
I tell you, he's a cross-country runner, and we were saying that point blank that he had a good time off at school, and now that he is back, also being able to perform, he hasn't done much training, but he also will be going over and making some things happen. One guy I saw on the track a minute ago is Delroy Booth. And
New Providence.
You know, Delroy's 51 years old, and Rupert, there was room in this race for you.
I told you that. I didn't beat those guys. Okay. The ones who...
because...
50 and 46, I would have beat them.
Yeah. See, Delroy Booth is my on-the-go mechanic. If anything I need done, Delroy can fix it for me. Let's go back to the award ceremonies, guys.
Your gold medalist at the 6th edition of the Bahama Games in the Women's Open Javelin, representing the island of New Providence, Rima Ottabar. Congratulations to all medalists in the Women's Open Javelin. That concludes the medal ceremony.
Back to the action on the track. You're watching the Open Men's 5,000 meters. Still a couple of more athletes still on the track.
Tell me, what you got down there on the sidelines?
I got your mechanic down there on the sideline, Ricardo. That's Delroy Booth. Delroy is 51 years old and competing this year's Bahama Game. Delroy, I know you did a lot of road races, cross country. You're representing Andres, and you're here participating in the Bahama Games with guys that are twice as young as you. What's the motivation for you as far as continuing to run at a high level?
Well, first I start off by saying if I compete this 5,000 with these young fellas on this track, I'll come back at it again, and I did it.
So as far as your performance, was you pleased with your performance? I saw you had some friends that you trained with, was able to compete with you as well too.
Yeah, what happened is I started training for this late when I heard about it, and I was nursing an injury, so I didn't want to go too fast. Even though the pace was slow, they didn't break my record, so I was aiming to break my own record. So unfortunately, the next Bahamas game I will do it if they have it another 4 years, not another 20 years.
Also, Ricardo said he has a bill for you. What you gonna do about that?
Yeah, I'll deal with the bill.
There you have it, Delroy Booth. Just took part this year's in the 5,000 just now. Back to you guys, Ricardo.
Let me tell you, boy, he's a nice guy. One of those guys you could depend on. I have his phone number. At any given point in time, I call Delroy. Delroy will come to my rescue to make it happen. And he's one of those signature guys we would find on the road, like Keith Hanna, running up day and night. You see them running, and they never have lost the lust for competition, and to come out here to represent the island of Andros. And I'm trying to figure out, I know why he got that Andros uniform on.
Yeah.
His boy.
Sheldon Barr. Sheldon's supposed to be in this too. Matter of fact, you know something, I started getting ready for the next Bahama again, because the next 3 years, there will be 54. Understand? So I could get enough time to get.
That's right. You could prepare.
I could prepare myself in 3 years.
3 years, Rupert Gardner?
Yes, I could prepare myself for 3 years.
Rupert Gardner?
Yes.
We are going to Cabinet and try to get it in 2.
Yeah, well, I can figure it.
You can make it?
I know what to do.
Listen, Michael Angelo only taking a year off.
Yeah.
Michael, I changed that. I give you 2 years off. If my brother here is going to go try to go run,
you need at least 2 years.
I give you 2 years. There goes my whole game plan for the 7th edition of the games. Going out of it because I'm going to be accommodating Rupert Gardner. Incredible. Oh, boy.
We're going to have a nice run with you.
Oh, man. Listen, with an oxygen tank, just to make sure that there is no catastrophe out there in this track, the Thomas A. Robinson National Stadium.
I will be ready. I'll have my grand to see me compete at the age of 67.
Boy, I can hear them now. I'm going to write their speech.
Yeah.
I can write a speech for them. Papa, don't do it. Papa, don't do it.
Oh, man.
That's how we're going to address you, Rupert Gardner. Papa, don't do it. Don't do it. Coming up next on the track will be the girls 4x4 relays. That's going to be fun, and we still have a very good fan base that's here that's enjoying it. You can see the young lady there, Ms. Farrington. She's sitting there in the stands celebrating and conversating and talking. She has run, and she is now in the stands conversating, having that conversation, and just talking with everybody. And this is how we now look at the next level in terms of the games and what we're trying to achieve. And that's making this thing happen, and the communications and the camaraderie that goes along with it.
This is all the games is all about, bringing the country together and, meeting new friends, and instead of getting into this politics and political, this is all about it.
Yeah, and the thing is, we hear a lot of negative things happening in the press. When you see young people performing and doing positive things, we want to make sure that we highlight them. And that serves as a motivation potentially to some other young people out there. And we want to create those opportunities as much as we can.
Yeah, we're going to make sure that we try to get them to understand what's going on. And don't forget that coming up is going to be the girls 4x400 meter relays. They're going to be bringing them out shortly. They're in the holding area, and they're going to be coming out. And we've seen the awards that's been presented. We've seen the open men high jump, and wow, what a good jump there by Sean Miller. And again, he too has a full calendar as to how things are going to move around. We also saw the women's open discus, and also we had the javelin throw there, and we knew exactly who was going to win that, and so we left that alone. In terms of the javelin, we just say, okay, we can say that the women have it their way, and go from there. So we've seen some pretty good competition. We're nearing the last event here on the track, and right now you're hearing the cheers, and that's from the final competitors in the 5,000. They are now going out, and they have now given Rupert the inspiration to now go back into training.
Oh, yeah.
And so we want to let folks know, if you do see Rupert running on Fox Hill Road, please move aside.
Move over.
Yeah, move over. Okay, please move over.
Matter of fact, I want to get a coach, a personal coach.
Right.
To coach me, get ready for the game.
All right, you get a personal coach.
Yeah, William Johnson will coach me. Knucklehead Johnson.
Knucklehead Johnson can coach you?
Yeah, he'll coach me.
Rupert, I think we should chronicle that journey, okay?
So
we can have a film crew that goes out with you.
See that, Rupert? That's the last competitor in the 5,000. The starter quickly brought him not just 1 cup, but 3 cups of water to make sure that he is okay. And they're going to douse him and cool him down. There you go. There you go. Cool him down. It took a lot of nerve, Rupert, to go out there and compete. But he competed for his island, which was essential, and go from there. And everyone's making sure. I know this is a brave move for this young man.
I think we should limit Rupert to 1,500.
No.
1,500 only.
I go to 5,000. Matter of fact, you know something? I could let them put the 10,000 meters in a half mile draw.
Right.
Make it exciting.
Listen. I understand I understand where his psyche is, because in school we had hills. Okay, so we used to run hills. All right. Because where he has to pass, he got to pass through the hill to go up to Fox Hill.
Right.
So he figured he could use that as a motivation. That's all it could be. Okay? That's all it could be. Michael, it can only be motivation. Or like my aunt used to say, motivation is a serious thing.
I'm all with him in this. Like I say, if he gets out there on the road and he's training, I can get a crew out there to follow him. I think these are the opportunities that we have, that we follow our legends and we chronicle the things that they're doing. We often say we should give them flowers when they're alive.
Absolutely.
Well, this is your opportunity, Rupert. You can get that.
Man, listen, I'm going to be ready. Delroy said he didn't break his record.
Yeah, he didn't break his record.
He was trying to break it himself.
He tried to break it himself.
No, he just made sure he competed.
Yes.
And he's proud of his record. Okay?
This is the record holder.
I tell you, so he's the record holder. And so, Rupert, what we going to do for you, we can give you flower pop. We ain't going to give you your flowers while we can give you flower pop. There you go. So you could feel good, and you'll have a nice film, and you'll have no reason why you're going you have any problems out there, okay? We can take care of you. We're getting ready, folks, for the 4x4. You can see the girls over there. They're going out there now to get themselves ready. The 4x4 relays is going to be great for the under 17 girls and the under 17 boys. And then we'll go to the open women, and also the men should be a pretty good race. Grand Bahama in the under 17 will be in lane 1, lane 2, Exuma in 3, Andros in 4, Eleuthera will be in 5, Columbus aisle 6, 7 is Abaco, and then there's also going to be New Providence who will be in lane 8. But again, it's a 4x4. It is the event that all track meets do come to a conclusion on, and it's exciting. In terms of that, even here with the high school events, everybody goes berserk. In terms of the 4x4 down in Grand Bahama, we run the meet for a whole week, but that Monday they come back and have this 4x4. So everybody leaves work early to go to the track and the sports complex just to see the 4x4 because it's really where the trash talking starts. You could have been all the events in the beach, you know.
But you need a 4x4.
This one here? Okay.
Just like the world relays we had over here. When we won the mixed relay, the whole stadium went wild and crazy. Like we won the whole meet.
Yeah, we won the relays. We ain't set no records, but we win. We win. We win. That's our mentality. We win, and when we ain't checking, we don't care what you say.
Yeah, that's right.
We win.
That's why
we did exceptionally well.
When the world relays come back, that's what we have to do. End with the mixed relay. Because we could win that.
I think the last relays we did mixed relays. I think we ended with mixed.
Yeah, with the mixed relays.
We won the mixed relay.
Yeah. And that's when the Junkanoo kick off, and that was it.
That was it.
And
we started going wild.
Crazy. I've never seen so many people eventually go berserk. The young lady Mary that was with us on set, she came from Great Britain, and so she automatically has fallen in love with the Bahamas, and she's been coming back ever since. She's been to Europe on a couple of occasions on the IAAF broadcast facilities, but she loves this place because once you open the door and you give them the Bahamian hospitality, that's it.
That's like Sebastian Cole, the president of the Federation. He loved this place. That's why they want to make it the home of the world relays. And I think that should happen.
I mean, there's Sebastian pea soup and dough, pig feet sauce, chicken sauce. And then y'all get the brother potato bread.
And Johnny cake.
There you go. And then you expect him not to come back?
Yeah.
Huh?
That's right.
Oh, man, come on.
He's always excited to be here.
This time they said they gave him peas and grits.
Well, listen, I would come back too. And fry fish, I coming back too. Because of the hospitality and what is here in this country, which is second. And we may take it for granted because we live here. But the people who do come here will tell you better than anything else that this is a dream place to be. And so their relationship with the Bahamas and all the islands accordingly. And so traveling to the islands and going as far south as Mayaguana, where they have individuals who are now beginning this move to purchase second homes and use that as their retirement homes, and all the way down to Crooked Island, people are still engaged and involved. And you know what's in Abaco with that second home market, and we're now seeing it in Exuma. We're seeing it along Island like crazy, and even to the extent now that even across the way in Andros, we're now seeing a lot of interest in terms of people who want to come and be a part of our heritage.
Yeah.
Okay, and I think that's also very, very important. Go from there.
Yeah, people love the Bahamas.
There you go. I know I love it.
World Athletics is
the water and stuff and all that, the nice beaches and stuff.
Yeah, even from a technical perspective, when we met with the technical team, we would have met with a lot of our counterparts from previous games, and they all seem to be so excited to be back here. One of them said to me, Florian Weber, who handles event presentation for World Athletics, he said, I can't wait to get to the fish fry.
See what I mean?
And then he said, K-Lick.
Y'all done spoil these people, and now we are at the world stage, and we are good to go.
Not only God, when we used to go back to school, everybody used to ask for coconut rum.
That's right.
And,
you bring a bottle.
Bring a bottle of coconut
rum, pineapple rum, banana rum. Bring it all back and go from there. That was some things, eh?
Yeah.
And so those are the good old days. And now you have the same kind of hospitality and the same interest that's now worldwide. And that is very important, as we spoke to Tonique, and she's talked to her friends who are around the world, and they are dying to come and also to be a part of this and enjoy some of the activities. So here we go, guys. We get ready now for the 4x400 meter relays. You have in lane 2 the under 17 girls, Grand Bahama. Then we have Exuma. There's Andros, Eleuthera, Columbus, Isles, Abaco, and then New Providence out there in lane 8. And let's see who we have in 7. Abaco is supposed to be in 7. And so we'll see how the athletes do line up. And here we go. And they're on your mark. And there we go. We'll see what happens here. In the blocks they are. Quiet has come over the state. And there is New Providence way out there. Only lane 7 is empty. And lane 7 would have been Abaco.
Lane 8 need to run. She went out jogging.
Yeah.
She ain't get the memo?
She ain't get the memo. Oh, no, she didn't get the memo. No, she didn't get the memo. No. In the middle of the track, you can see Eleuthera, Andros, and Columbus Isles also looking very, very good.
She on the outside, when she swing off that curve now.
Everybody's fast. Andros looking very, very good now.
Now she starts.
Then also Grand Bahama is back there as well. There's Andros, yep. And Eleuthera. Now she got the memo. Oh, she's like, oh goodness, they done gone. They done gone. Hold on. Let me run now. There you go. Now she can get it run.
The second leg, see, when they cut it, the second leg get the baton, she have to turn. She have to work. She have to work too hard.
Turn press with the first leg. And McLemmon. The second leg. Now she's ready to run.
See what happened in the back there?
Yep. Now she's way back.
She got a lot of work to put in.
The athletes from Andros now moving over. And she's holding her side. Something's happening there with her. But she's still able to run. She's still holding. Yeah, she's still running though. Kind of concerned here. She's only using that one right arm, but she's using her left hand to hold her side. That's going to be a little bit of an issue. Here comes Grand Bahama in second place. Now New Providence is picking up the pace, but it's Andros, Grand Bahama, and New Providence 1, 2, and 3. And boy, she saw the straight, and now she wants to run. And so even though she's having some issues, Grand Bahama making a run here coming up. Miss Thompson with a very, very good race. And a handoff here. Now it goes to Miss Musgrove. And Andros isn't giving no ground. Miss Musgrove in running out of lane 2. And she just gave up the ghost.
She should have cut a long time.
She should be going to the inside lane, and she stays out there. And she's still out there in lane 2.
She running more than 400.
Yeah, she went open 400. Somebody didn't tell her what's going on, but boy, Andros is making a run right now and doing exceptionally well. Looking very, very good. Taylor Smith.
She ain't got in lane 1 yet.
No, and she's still out there in lane 2. Trying to make a run. Boy, ain't nothing happened here. And there's New Providence still there. She's run out there in lane 2. And now Grand Bahama, she's now running and making a run here. Zion Musgrove ran the whole race, the whole lap in lane 2. And still run past the runner. Holy cow.
So might she run in lane 1?
Oh, man, she'd have been gone a long time. Anchor leg. Miss Adderley. Anchor leg for Andros.
New Providence has got Andros
right there. Make some things happen. The Kestra Ford. She's right there. She's going to be moving. And the athlete for Grand Bahama's out for a jog.
She ain't get a memo either.
She didn't get a memo either.
I know. She's saving a string.
Oh, okay.
I'll be the devil's advocate. She's saving a string.
All right. Let us save a string. Here comes Abaco. Andros. And New Providence. Save a string. 120 to go. Yeah, go ahead. Save some string. You better have enough string to get off that pin. Because here comes Andros. Okay, let's see if she she can carry it. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, she's got it.
That's a good one.
Very good. She effectively ran her race.
Yeah, there you go.
New Providence coming back. New Providence in the race.
And New Providence will come back and get second place. And the silver. And the bronze goes to the big yard. Good run by Grand Bahama.
Excellent.
Sasha Ferguson. Also Zafia Thompson, Zion Musgrove, and Shanna Adderley. Congratulations, ladies, on winning the gold in the under 17 4x100-meter relay. And let me tell you, Musgrove ran the whole third leg in the second leg. Here's Zuma coming by, and Columbus Isles also finishing. Not bad. Way to run, young lady. Congratulations. There is Team Grand Bahama getting a photo. There you go. That's it. Put it right up on Facebook. There you go. Put it on Facebook. Gold medal. And the family or friends will be sending that one all over the country and going from there. So a very good run there by the ladies in the under 17 division. Won by Grand Bahama getting the gold. The silver goes to New Providence, and the bronze to Team Big Yard and Team Andros. And it has been one of the things we were talking to the council president for Andros yesterday, and he was having a ball, man, because he was talking about how this whole team has meshed and has become a entity that's going to be a force to reckon with all the games moving forward, which means that the work that Andros has done has shown dividends in these games, and they are to be congratulated, and all the council in terms of what they've done.
I think all the teams are going to be much better the next 2 years. You can see it coming. Look at Columbus, how they perform so well. You know, all those, they win a lot of medals.
They did.
Great. So
they did.
You can see a much better competition in the next 2 years.
Yeah, I think the draft format also played an important role in that. I think where they allowed people to be more selective in where they wanted to go, having that ability to go to where your ancestry is and compete for them. Certainly played an important role in diversifying, how well the competition was played.
Yeah. Sean Miller was asked why he's competing for Luther. What you mean? My daddy navel string buried. And hatchet buried.
I sure his daddy.
I ain't saying a word.
I said it. I sure his daddy. His daddy probably don't know where Lucha is. Though he was a pilot.
But I think it really lends more to the ancestry as a whole. So it might not be his father, it might be a grandfather or a grandmother or something like that. So, those opportunities, like I say, I think it levels the playing field a lot, because a lot of these players would have been playing either for New Providence or Grand Bahama. So we really balanced the field a lot with this format that was used this year.
Because, everybody can be on New Providence team. Right. So, we allow them to compete for their islands, where their families from, their grandmother or their fathers.
Exactly. There you go.
But because we have to protect some of our islands.
Yeah. See, I would have been running down in my gal. Instead, I run in my mouth for my gal.
So here's a thought for you, Michelangelo. Just to not have my friend here put himself in a bad situation. Put a master's division for them to go play dominoes,
right?
Chess, anything else, Pokino. I don't care, whatever you find a sport, a board sport. You can find a hall. Make sure the hall air conditioned, right? And let them play round robin and put on their shirts and their uniform and play for the islands. And that's an added dimension for the game. Can you imagine having the islands play dominoes, okay, and have them also play chess and checkers, and these guys who are so excited to be in the games, who are athletes, but they still want to have that competitive nature, okay? That's an avenue.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I remember being stopped when people realized that I was a part of Bahamas games. Hey, we can have darts.
There you go.
So,
and billiards pool.
Yeah. Okay. So there are opportunities for us to do things. I think given the time that we have to plan and prepare, It creates opportunities for us to create the necessary venues and opportunities for these sports and other types of tournaments to be played.
You know what? I went to softball, and once before the softball components start, we can have a shooting marble contest.
I was thinking about
because, but listen,
no guppies allowed.
No. And we go right there in the middle of the field, and we just draw the line, draw the ring. They ain't got to worry about putting no pictures, man. Just draw the ring, and we can sit there. I got a couple cat eyes. We could have ourselves a good time, man, and enjoy the meet.
We got for sure that it's free
marbles. I got to start going to Canada for some marbles.
Don't worry about that. My good friend over here gonna sit down when they have these meetings and put some ideas on the board. Rupert, you can be surprised when the next games come around.
That's true. Checkers is a big game in the country.
The Bahamas games has something for everyone.
Backgammon.
It's backgammon, right?
Yeah, because Mike sounds think he's the best backgammon.
Oh, man.
Oh, boy. See, we opened the whole can of worms.
I'm very, very happy that we were able to introduce edu-carding this year.
Right.
That's something that we hadn't had in Bahamas games, and that gave us the opportunity to highlight some young talent that's coming up. Those kids have just come back from France,
right.
Competing in a tournament over there. So that was very, very impressive, and the opportunity for other young kids to see what edu-carding is all about. And getting other people involved. It's a growing sport. So, again, these are all opportunities for us to create opportunities for engagement.
There you go.
The Bahama Games next 2 years would be very exciting, because if you could add some of these fun sports, it would be very, very good, you know.
Yep, get everybody involved, and everybody can be engaged. And so we could find something for everyone.
Everybody. You know?
Yeah, find something for everyone. Boy, listen, you could play jacks.
Yeah. Play jacks.
Okay. I don't remember. We ain't spending no top. She was cheap. You was coming here with the lignum vitamin. We ain't playing top. She was cheap.
You trying to split that up.
Put a nail in.
Rupert, hey, you dangerous. Let's go. Let's get back to track and field. Here we go. We got the under-17 boys 4x4 relays here. Lane assignments for you will be Exuma in lane 3. Lane 4 is going to be Luthra. We have Michael in heat 1 of this one, and then also you have Abaco, which will be in lane 6. So they've divided this one into 2 heats for you, and so they have heat 1 and heat 2. Heat 2 will be Andros, New Providence, Columbus, Isle, Grand Bahama, and Long Island. So Exuma, Eleuthera, Michael, and Abaco in this one here. And should be interesting. We'll see how it goes. No, I think they combine them.
They combine them.
They combined them.
Yeah,
Good.
Combine them.
There you go. So they've got New Providence in 2. There you go. And so we're going to be okay. So they're all combined. So they put them all in. That's it. And that's a better fit than anything else. So we have New Providence, Exuma. There's Eleuthera, Andros, Abaco right there. And there's also Columbus Isle out there on the end, and Long Island. Okay, we got a full field here. And so instead of having 2 races, we have 1 race, and then combine them and then go from there. And we'll have a very, very good competition. So this one could go either way, so there won't be any issue in terms of what's happening. We also want to say a very special thank you to the officials of the Bahamas Games, all of those officials that came out and gave their support in all of the sports. I know it was a bit tedious for many of you, those who also had to brave to go out there with the cyclists and patrol them and whatever and do what you have to do. We also want to say a very special thank you to the Royal Bahamas Police Force and the Royal Bahamas Defense Force for ensuring security and then having their presence on the roads and in the venues, and going from there and making sure that these games were about family and friends, and that's what we had. And all the other sub-entities, security entities and everything else, and even the folks that are doing the cleaning of the venues and everything else, everybody did their part to make these games happen, and it's so far been a wonderful experience. I really enjoyed it. Getting ready with 4x4. Under 17 boys. Bragging rights on the line. I'm glad they put them all in 1 heat. So it won't be my time. No, we ain't going by that.
Was in your heat.
No, we ain't not going down the road. We ain't going to make this thing happen. Okay? It's who gets the baton across the finish line. And so we'll see how that goes. So right now, this one is up in the air. and anybody can win it. So they've put the girls together, and now they've got the boys together for this race, and then we get ready to go. There's a young man there from Eleuthera, the Pineapples. They say the Adventurers, but they got the pineapple on the shirt. They've been calling them Pineapples all this time.
They changed the name.
Okay, going from there. But Andres is the chick Chinese, but they got the big crab on the chest.
And Long Island.
And there you go. The sheep, the sheep runners. We used to call them the herders. They changed the name, but I love it. I really love it. It is absolutely fantastic that we've got all of these mascots and things that have happened, and it's been a rewarding experience for all of our athletes, our young athletes, the parents, and all the support that has been in these venues for these athletes over the last couple of days. It's been great. Here we go on the 17 boys, 4x400 meter relays. This is going to be a good one, folks, so don't go away. Here we go. Outside, there's Grand Bahama and Columbus Isles out there in the middle of the track. Andros looking very good. Also, you can see them in there. And then in the back part, you still have working is Exuma and also New Providence. There they go. They're coming into view now.
Grand Bahama.
But all Grand Bahama out front. Now let's see how they get off the bend. Oh, yeah, Grand Bahama on the move out there, making something happen. Cleon the gear. And boy, that's a good race there. A good 400 meters. 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. Not bad for the young man there. And then here is the turnover. Providence now moving up very, very quickly. They will now break to the inside, and once they do get off this bend and get to the inside, then it gets to be interesting. And then it's basically the right mechanism and who wants it more. Grand Bahama and New Providence.
Is picking it up a little bit.
There you go. Making something happen here. Let's see what happens. And so the runners all now looking to see what happens. This is a good run for New Providence.
Starting to shape up.
Boy, this guy is really flying. Rolani, I think that's it. And now he's making a run here. Coming at Grand Bahama, going after young Mr. Gordon. We'll see if he's got the energy. But no,
made
up a good chunk of it. Yes, the third leg. Quentin Gordon now running the third leg. He just ran the 200 meters. And here he is back on the running of 400 meters. And so we'll see how it works here. Under 17 boys, 4x400 meter relay. Grand Bahama, New Providence, and then I think that's Andros in the back there. Quentin Gordon. He's pretty relaxed in the back there as well. Boy, he's looking pretty good. And here comes New Providence.
He looks like he's a sprinter.
Yeah, there's New Providence now making the run. Let's see who's got gas in the back. There we go now. Now we'll get off the bend. Now we'll see exactly what happens here. Quentin Gordon beginning to stay there.
Coming back.
Thank God for Quentin's mummy. Hallelujah. His daddy's a cameraman, works his head mess. Hallelujah. There you go. The final leg. Final leg of this one. Grand Bahama, New Providence. And back there, it looks like Abaco fighting for that bronze. Abaco fighting for the bronze up there. But Grand Bahama, New Providence,
they really have
200 meters here. They say the Sasquatches jump on your back here. Now let's see what happens here for Grand Bahama. That's Urbano Bridgewater.
There we go.
And for New Providence, trying to make a run here, Andrew Brown. Let's see if he can hold out. But Bridgewater, Bridgewater just shift gears. Bridgewater shift the gear. The brother went from 4th to 5th. Shift gear went from 4th gear to 5th gear. 3:25.
Nice. Very nice run there.
And these guys are so cool running the shades.
Oh, man. I tell you.
In the dark.
Yeah.
I tell you. These guys have reached under 17, you know. Under 17, man. And they, an incredible event. Congratulations. There is Abaco that comes across. So it's going to be 1, Grand Bahama. 2 is going to be New Providence. And then 3 will be Team Abaco. And Abaco making some things happen and turning heads here at this year's Bahamas Games track and field competition. Here's that last some 110, and you can see here when Bridgewater straightens up, all of a sudden those knees starts to move, his hands and everything else, and he is a true quarter miler. Yeah, you can tell he's a true
lot in his gas tank at the end of this race.
He's a true quarter miler. There you go. He's a true quarter miler, and he showed good and well that he can run. And congratulations, young man, a very, very good run to give Grand Bahama the gold. Quentin Gordon can take a gold home to his mother. Don't carry it to your daddy, boy. Don't carry it to daddy. Your daddy only paid the bills. Your mama is the support. But congratulations to all of the young men and women that's run so far and making this such an incredible event, and to see these guys, and they've been together for well over a week, and so they've been talking to each other, they've been enjoying themselves, and so for them to be here is very, very special, and they too will have memories, and these guys are getting phone numbers and getting all kinds of email addresses, and so they'll be contacting each other, and they will see each other again. So the under-17 athletes especially, they'll see each other again, because as they now really go into the summer, and those who travel, when we get ready for next year, when they get ready to come back to school, then we go back to school pride, and then they'll be talking about what they're going to be doing and moving forward.
I can't wait to get back to high school nationals and grifter trials and stuff and all that to make national team.
There you go. See that Luther pineapple up there? There you go.
Pineapple. She's just putting up a pineapple.
There you go. Show your colors.
We want to make sure that everybody comes out and supports
everybody knows.
And that's what's happening. Everybody's coming to support the island, which is good.
There you go. This pineapple season. There you go. Make sure it happens.
I was passing the street. I saw some nice pineapple. I was going to stop by right by University of Bahamas. They have some nice, beautiful
there you go.
pineapple.
My aunt over there, and James' sister, and Elsie White. Don't forget me, Auntie. The boat is still sailing.
Send a little pineapple.
There you go. Send that little thing, man.
My niece, Carla Rogers. You promised me some pineapple from
there. There you go.
I get it yet.
When you all get your box, you all send some.
There you go. There you go.
See, I need
share the joy. Share the joy.
I need to put my niece on blast.
Share the joy.
You always promise me things I never get it.
Well, my sister down there in Naga always promising me a box, but the boat takes so long.
So long,
Every time we come back, won't be good.
And the bad weather, they ain't sailed, you see. They give you every excuse in the world. Getting ready now for the Open Women 4x400 meter relays. We have the teams here: Team Columbus Isle, Team Abaco, Team Andros, Team Grand Bahama, and also Team Long Island in this one. And I believe, let's see how they're going to run this. I think that's the only ones they have. There you go.
That's all they have.
Yeah, that's all they have in this one. So these ladies are going to run, and this should be an awful lot of fun, and see how they're able to get around the track. I am in awe of this team, Andros. They have really done well, and especially my Columbus Isle team. They have done well.
They're doing well.
But let me tell you the trick to Columbus Isle. All the events that we've seen, one fella shows up, and all of a sudden, everybody go crazy, and they start hitting and running and scoring and all. One fella.
Yeah, just one.
Just one. One
amazing.
fella show up, and everybody.
He didn't come to try because they wasn't running that fast.
One fella, and after that, they went. I watched the Columbus Isle team over there at baseball. One fella showed up. Going over to softball, one fella showed up. Went over there to the gym at basketball, one fella showed up. Went to volleyball, one fella showed up. Columbus Isle in the mix, and you talk about how they've been able to perform and done exceptionally well. Just one fella showed up.
He probably over by basketball.
That's it.
I think he over by boxing.
Boxing.
Oh, there you go. Okay. And so we're going to have ourselves a wonderful time. We get ready for the ladies. As they're going to hit the track, the senior ladies are going to come over. Also in attendance, the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Mario Boleg, who is also going to be an avid part of the closing ceremonies coming up your way. And there is our team, Grand Bahama Columbus Isle. We'll have Jasmine Mackey, also Tanya Culmer. We have also Brianna Pratt and also Diaja Messador. Abaco running Quincy Penn. also Zoe Cooper, Chalice Lightbourne, and also Tiana Boodle. Andros will have Angel Pratt, and there's also Turnell Miller, Deanna Bowe, and also Kenise Major from Grand Bahama Treasure Boroughs. You also have Afrenique Knowles, Janaea Roll, and also Crusader Thompson. And Long Island will have Zara Frazier, Zario Stapleton, Musgrove is going to be there, and also Miss Cavallo will be there as well. So we'll see them do here. And here is the front view. You have Columbus Isle, you have Abaco, Andros, Grand Bahama, and Long Island. No, I don't see Abaco in there, so Abaco is out. But it's Grand Bahama and Columbus Isles, Grand Bahama, and Andros. There is Grand Bahama and Andros making a run. Going up there and all looking good. There is Andros running. And that's going to be Angel Pratt. And from Grand Bahama is Treasure Burrows. Let's see what they do here as they're able to get around the bend. There is Columbus Isle back there, Jasmine Mackey. So Andros and Grand Bahama, 1 and 2 thus far. And she is very, very strong. Also now, let's see the split here.
Grand Bahama's come back on her.
Yeah, she's come back on her quite a bit. Not bad, 55. And now the second leg. Second leg for Team Andros. And that's Coynell Miller. And that's Janaya Rowe from Grand Bahama. Let's see what they do here as they will now venture to the inside lane. And there's Rowe now.
Yeah, but Andros is running with a good pace.
Running. There you go.
Pacing herself.
There you go. We're also joined now by the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Mario Boleg, who is sitting up here and watching and seeing Team Andros and Team Grand Bahama fight. And Team Andros is making another run. She's looking pretty good. That's Troynell Miller. And Miller running and also trying to come back in this one also with Roll. So that's a good run for both of these ladies. Here we go. And here's the baton exchange. Grand Bahama getting the baton is Ms. Knowles, Afrenique Knowles. And then also for Team Andros is Kenise Major. Now this is going to be kind of fun to watch these ladies run as they will now go down the back straight and they will jockey for position. And see here exactly who's going to do what. The intent here is to hold on to the baton, stay clear, keep running, and running early. And looking on the inside from Andros and making her run further out there in lane. Out there makes a difference. And here's Miss Charlton, Miss Knowles, sorry. There's Miss Knowles, and she's now beginning to pull away.
Yeah, she's going.
Afrenique Knowles.
The leg she's going.
Now let's see the final leg for Team Grand Bahama. Seda Thompson, and Miss Thompson now has got herself a pretty good lead, and let's see what she can do here. She'll move around. For Andros, it's going to be Danina Bowe. And Miss Bowe. And she's now going to see if she can tighten up a little bit here. And don't forget also that Columbus Isles is in third place. We only had 3 teams in this. And a nice, comfortable run there by Miss Thompson.
Columbus Isles is third place. And one fella this short.
There you go. Short a bronze. And here we go. Team Grand Bahama. Now, but watch Team Andros, young lady here trying to make a run. But yeah, she shifted gear just then. Miss Thompson shifted gear. Yep. She got that focal gas and she shifted gear and she gone. Yeah, she shifted gear. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like we used to say, boy, that's high test. That ain't no regular. Congratulations to Team Grand Bahama winning the gold. The silver goes to Team Andros. And then the bronze goes to Columbus Isle as they will come around as well and get the medal. So for these young ladies. Congratulations. Gold, silver, and bronze in that order, and they're doing well. The Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture also with us here today, the Honorable Mario Boleg, who's been making rounds for the last week and a half or so. Your take, sir, as to here we get ready to close out the competition of the 6th edition of the Jubilee Games.
You know, in 2001 I was coaching and I was focused on basketball and was able to only appreciate one discipline. But now being the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture and being able to travel to all the various facilities and the various disciplines, I can truly have a great appreciation for the games. And just to see the results from these family islands, and you looked at Exuma just won the gold in women's basketball, you know, against Abaco, which was just a nail-biter 1 point, you know, and you look at Andres winning the Gulf. So when you look at the success of most of these family islands, Columbus Isles winning the gold in volleyball for women, you know, it's just tremendous strides and improvements in our development and what the family islands are doing, and this is what it's all about. Not only uniting the country together through sports, but seeing the growth and development of our athletes through sports. And this is why we are #1 per capita in the world when it comes to medals in the Olympic. So as we continue to do this development and have these games, we will continue to find diamonds in the rough and then continue to maintain and improve our status at the international level.
Wrapping the games around the 50th anniversary of the Bahamas and our independence in that regards is something we talked about last year. And this year you said it had to happen because of the significance of 50 years in terms of running our own show. It is now proven that this thing is important to not just you, but to all of us as Bahamians.
To the nation. It's very much important to the nations. And the mere fact that we had a whole generation that has no idea what the Bahama Games is all about and now have experienced it. And as you go in the villages and you hear these young kids saying, and in the ages of the late 20s and even younger saying that, oh, we got to do this again next year. They don't even have to want to wait until the time comes when you're supposed to do it. So that tells me that this is what we wanted to do, impact the younger generation and let them see that they're given an opportunity to display their skills and be who they are. You know, sports is the only thing that allows these young people to be themselves, because you have to go there and be yourself.
And that's what they've done, and we've seen it here in track and field. We've seen it over there in softball with a number of young ball players. And, you know, and oddly enough, Minister, these islands weren't playing softball. No. Everybody playing slow pitch, okay? And now they've gotten their taste of fast pitch softball, and now talking to some of the players, they are eager to get back home and begin the process of starting their softball leagues and making sure that they move forward. We saw over at basketball with the advent of the young ball players, like those from Exuma playing with Ms. Roll, to be playing with a quality ball player, wanting to do that speaks volume in terms of how this has come to be such a unique event.
Just the mere fact that Waltia would have been someone who had played NCAA North Carolina at the highest level, played in the WNBA, and now take this chance to play with the younger kids and try to help groom them, and to be able to lose the gold medal game by 1 point. You know, this is what we want to see, and eventually you will see more of our elite athletes coming and preparing to play inside these events. You know, you speak to Buddy the other day, he said if he didn't have his camp and AAU going on, he would have looked forward to playing. And so again, you hope that the next one, as some of them go down and get a little older, that they will be here to play and to showcase the young persons what it is to play at that highest level and what it'll take for them to get to that level.
And that's what it is, and that's what we were seeing as these athletes have all been doing well. The fact that you now have sailing as your national sport, now we saw the sloop sailing, we had also the junior segment as well for the young people, all encompassing. So you've encapsulated all the ages and making this thing, the Bahamas Games, a household word now.
And that's what it's all about, you know. Again, like I forgot to mention, Long Island won sailing. So there are events just about each and every island has won. I don't think Abaco has won anything yet, but they're close. Mm-hmm. You know, they almost win basketball just now. Right now, I think going on in softball, there's Eleuthera versus New Providence and men, and New Providence and Grand Bahama and the women's. I think that game should be finished right now. But at the end of the day, when you look at sloop sailing and opti sailing, we were able to encompass of what we want to do, which is get us back to the Olympic level when it comes to sailing. Mm-hmm. And so the opti sailing, the sunfish boats that we're using right now, what we want to do is ensure that moving forward, my ministry along with the Ministry of Education and Agriculture and local government, that we get together and have the sailors put a plan together for us for the overall development of sailing throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, because we have to be able to, now that it's our national sport, be able to have events that will allow our sailors to qualify and get back to the level where Sir Derwin Knowles and Cecil Cook was one day and try to win a gold. There's no use we make it the national sport and we don't push to put it back at the Olympic level.
And go from there. And also I know the conversation will be had between your ministry, youth, sports and culture and education, and seeing these young people and the amalgamation, ensuring everybody's on one track and continuing to grow in terms of sports, especially high school sports, and then taking them into another level in terms of the actual advent of this kind of competition, world and national. Some big things about to happen, Minister.
Yeah, and I must add to that the Prime Minister and I committed to putting down 5 new tracks in the country, and not in New Providence. We're looking at the Family Islands. We are looking at some of the tracks in the Family Islands. We have got a quote already from Mondo, and we're hoping that we can get these quality tracks. The only concern we have is that we want to be able to make sure that persons that can maintain the tracks, and that's what it's all about, Ricardo and Rupert. That if we just don't want to invest the money, but we want to invest the money and ensure that persons that to maintain them. But we just finished a new basketball court. Track and field, which the track hasn't finished yet in Cat Island, new softball field and baseball field, and we're going to move in Abaco next. And definitely we have Andres, we're doing the scope of work because we want to get there and make sure that track is back up and running so they can go back to having a North Andres High School.
There you go.
Activity.
Getting ready now for the 4x4. This is the final running event here in the track and field segment. This is the open men's 4x4. You have Andros in lane 1, Long Island in lane 2, New Providence in 3, Columbus Island 4, Exuma in 5, Abaco in 6, 7 is Grand Bahama, and Eleuthera is going to be in lane 8. So this is anyone's race. And let's see exactly what they have here. And out front is Eleuthera running very, very quickly. You have also Abaco out front. You see Grand Bahama and New Providence now coming into the picture. And there is Team Abaco out front, Eleuthera out there and running exceptionally well. Everybody else coming around, and let's see what they do here. Team Eleuthera, and now they come off the bend, and here's New Providence making a charge, and everybody else is bundled up in the back. Remember now, this is 4x4, and so one leg does not depict what happens in the race. And so here we go. It is New Providence getting the baton first. And off and running. And there you have Grand Bahama right there. And there's the others. There's Columbus Isles. They're right there. Andros as well. Everybody right there. And so it's open to whoever wants it.
Still close.
And this one still close. And down the backstretch they come. And let's see exactly what the second leg is going to look like. And going from there, we'll see how this one pans out. Great move here again.
Anything Grand Bahama can do is just stick on him. Stick with him.
We'll see what happens here. And he's gone
back too.
Yeah, everybody's come back and seen something here. New Providence with the handout. Now Grand Bahama with the handoff, and here we go.
Ian is running the 4x4.
Hey, anything's possible right now. These guys just want to run. We've seen these, like Quentin Gordon, the little kid who ran the 200 jump back. He ran the 4x4. Ian just ran the 200, and he running the 4x4. So you want to make it happen, man.
Yeah, don't look back, Ian. You got to keep going.
Yeah, you better run. Better run. And then he's going to hand off to Stephen Newbold. So that should tell you things that happen there. Blake Bartlett.
This is how you close the game.
Yeah, let's see how it is right here. Now we're going to see New Providence with a huge lead. Grand Bahama trying to come back.
He's coming back.
He keep looking.
Yeah,
he's falling. He's fading. He's fading.
Ian, don't look, Ian. Don't look.
This is a good one.
There you go. And now the handout to Stephen Newbold. There you go. Stephen Newbold looking very good going out there.
He's
going to run it.
He's a really runner.
Yep, and Spence.
Yeah, that's strides to tell you we can keep that
There
lead.
you go. And he's going to go there. Stephen Newbold, already medaled in the games, and here he is again.
In fact, this is third medal.
Yeah, and he's running for gold in the 4x400-meter relay. And keep in mind that right back is Grand Bahama, but watch it. Grand Bahama's in trouble. Columbus Isle's coming. Stephen Newbold taking it home, but watch back there. Columbus Isle looks like they're going to make something happen. Here comes Stephen Newbold. New Providence winning the gold in the open men 4x400-meter relay. There it is. Here comes Grand Bahama. Columbus almost got in there, ran out of gas, and then Andros in that order. Wonderful event here, track and field. Stephen Newbold, man. I got to give me one of them haircuts. I got to grow hair first. Minister, you just went to the barber, so we ain't worried about you no more.
It took me a while to get there.
Ain't nothing happened there.
Yeah.
But a wonderful event there as far as the athletes running in the 4x400-meter relay. The whole track and field complement has been fantastic to allow our athletes to compete. Everybody receiving medals. They will take them home. They will have memorabilia. And Minister, the young lady said to us, only reason why she won running because she won her uniform. She won a shirt.
I get my uniform.
She got a uniform. She ain't wearing, but whether she went, it was a draw. She got that uniform. And so she got a uniform, and she can do what she has to do. And there is Mr. Newbold right there. And so he'll be walking around town with that New Providence jersey on, and everybody can celebrate. Here is the challenge that was coming from Columbus Isle. He moved a little bit too early, but nothing there as the Grand Bahama athlete able to pull away. But Stephen Newbold, here he comes. Boy, he just shifted gear and took off and brought it down. It's great to have him competing. One of our athletes that's at home and working diligently to get to that next level. He's been a common household word. That has a name. And there you go, buddy.
Yep.
That's it. Congratulations to him. And congratulations to all of the athletes that have taken part in the track and field complement, which has been fantastic. Waiting still now to get the basketball segment completed. Softball is completed. Boxing is completed. Sailing is completed. Those two, and then we'll go to the closing ceremonies. You done write your speech?
Well, I'm going to speak from the heart.
There you go.
What's happening in these games is something that you must see it happen again. It's like we look forward to Junction every year. We must look forward to the Bahama Games every 3 years. And no matter which administration comes, has to understand the impact that it has on the future generation of this country.
You know, but go ahead.
It's all this excitement now. What next? Because now you say 3 years. What's going to happen in between those 3 years?
Well, let's worry about right now, today. Next month we got Carifta Triathlon, just as what presently on the agenda. And then we got swimming Carifta next year and Easter. And then you got the World Relays next year in May. And, you know, in between that, we're going to have a sports conclave with all the sports minds in the nation. And then one thing we want to move towards is, before we get to the next Bahama Games, is have the regional games in the Bahamas, which is the Central, the South, and the North. And that's something we can talk about in the conclave too. And I think that will continue to have, you know, that even key in competition. And what persons don't fail to understand is that this is also going to help us develop our athletes in all these various disciplines. And so we want to force the federations to ensure that they have operational associations in each of these islands in order for them to compete. And I'm going to go to my colleagues and fight that we increase the funding for development, which will come with these regional games.
There you go. And I know much will happen as the so-called federation executives now who are watching now got to understand that they have now been given the baton, that it's now for them to take it and run with it and develop their sports, and then be able to report to you and say exactly where they are at what tier and how they see their sports moving in the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah. And so the onus will be on the federation executives. And I always say those who have the passion and care for your discipline should want to see your discipline strive to the next level. And if they do that within being incentivized by my ministry, there should be no reason for failure. We should see much more discipline, much more athletes competing in the Olympic, not this one, but maybe the next one to come.
Mm-hmm. And Olympic Games will be in France, so that's going to be kind of interesting as well. And we'll make sure to go. Rupert, I know for you got plenty of work.
Oh yeah, I got plenty of work because I'm competing in the next Bahama Games.
The minister look at you and burst out laughing, bro.
You must have fun.
Minister,
I have a personal trainer.
Yeah, Minister, he's going to try. Okay, so once you come out the conclave, we can try to figure out whether he can play dominoes, shoot marbles, backgammon, shoot pool, throw darts.
Something.
We're going to find something that is going to be an added dimension that could help guys like Rupert who believe.
Yeah.
And his mind, this thing's still happening. And his body tell him, don't be foolish, man.
Mind you, we wanted to have something a little different. We were supposed to do a 8x50 with the politicians, with the Family Island politicians versus the Southern District MPs, and then you would have the Northern MPs. And so we wanted to have a relay, but it's going to be 8x50. We're not running no more than 50 meters. But they say, if we run, we say, well, then we'll have a walking relay. But we decided not to mess with that this year. But hopefully in the next Bahama Games, we have something that will, excite the crowd, where we have some persons who would have been former athletes can come back and do something.
Yes, I'd like to also see that addition of so many of the veteran ball players and doing some exhibitions or something of that sort. That could work into the schedule to have these guys play, like Chicken Aubrey them. Still believe that at 60-something they could be at Detroit for softball. But being able to have, a Masters, a little competition to help them along the way, and that may help in keeping that alive. Because you were at softball, you saw the resurrection of many of the veteran ball players. You saw at baseball, the resurrection of many veteran ball players. The resurrection in basketball was unique.
Definitely.
To see so many guys who played the game many years ago to come out and to be there. We saw the same thing in volleyball. And so for many of the athletes who gave so much to this country, this was a blessing for them to get out, to socialize, and to relive the past and have those conversations with their teammates of years ago.
I just saw 6 Notes in the gym, who I haven't seen in years. 6 Notes. He was in the gym watching the gold medal for the ladies, and I left him watching the men. Scott Forbes, Quentin Hall, Chucky Stewart, all these guys, who play professional basketball and were some of the greatest national team players we had. Just to watch all of them sit back and watch these young kids play now tells you,
Yeah, they've done their part, and they have made it a staple for us in terms of sports in the country. And it's also important too, so that the young athletes can, and they know the name, they don't know the face.
Right.
They can't touch the person, but they did during these games, and they saw many of the young men and women that made the Bahamas such a unique entity here. We're going to take it to the medal ceremonies, because these medals have to be presented before the night is out, the closing set for about 8:30 so tonight. Let's go to the award ceremonies.
Silver medalist. Let's hear it for team. Your silver medalist. Let's hear it for team Grand Bahama. The gold medal, the champion here at the 6th edition of the Bahamas Games. It is the Buccaneers of the Bahamas, New Providence. medal ceremony for the open men's javelin throw. Presenting the medals, the Deputy Prime the Acting Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the Honorable I. Chester Cooper, Member of Parliament for Exuma and the Ragged Island, and Minister of Tourism, Investments and Aviation. Collecting the bronze medal, representing Androck of Chitarni, Hayden Cartwright. Your champion of the open men javelin throw, finishing with a throw of 62.94 meters, Keyshawn Strong. For the medalist in the under 17 girls 4x400 meter relay. Presenting the medal, Justice Cheryl Grant Thompson. Collecting the bronze, Team Andros, Team of Tanaj Turnquest, Ramagnik McLennan, Tyler Smith, and Aaliyah Evans. Your silver medalist, representing the Buccaneers of New Providence, team of Killate Davis, Richard Pantry, Bernice Camp, and Krista Ford. Your champion of the under-17 girls 4x400 meter relay here at the 6th edition of the Bahamas Games. Team Grand Bahama, team of Sasha Ferguson, Rithma Thompson, Zion Musgrove, and Shania Adelaide. We're asking for Jasmine Mackey and Kenny Moxie to please report to the medal ceremony area. Jasmine Mackey and Kenny Moxie, please report to the medal ceremony area. Medal ceremony for the under-17 boys 4x400 meter relay. Presenting the medals, Justice Cheryl Grant Thompson. Collecting the bronze, Abaco. Your silver medalist. Long Island, the Sheep Runners. You're a champion in the under-17 boys 4x400 meter relay here at the 6th edition of the Bahamas Games. Let's welcome to the podium Team Grand Bahama, the Lucayans. Congratulations to our medalists in the under-17 boys 4x400 meter relay. ceremony for the open women's 4x400 meter relay. Presenting the medal, Mr. Craig Flowers, Chancellor of the 6th edition of the Bahamas Games. Collecting the bronze, Columbus Isles, team of Jasmine Mackey, Brianna Pratt, Tiana Culmer, and Deja Mandador. Collecting the silver medal, representing the Chick Charnies of Andros, team of Angel Pratt, Troynell Miller, Kenise Major, and Damia Bull. And now, your champions of the Open Women's 4x400 meter relay. Team Grand Bahama, team of Treasure Burrows, Janiyah Roll, Alfred Knowles, and Cassidra Thompson. Congratulations to the medalists of the Open Women's 4x400 meter relay. Medal ceremony for the Open Men's 800 meter run. Presenting the medals, Mr. Craig Flowers, Chancellor of the 6th edition of the Bahamas Games. Collecting the bronze medal, finishing with a time of 1 minute 56.23 seconds, Joel Forbes, representing New Providence. Your silver medalist, finishing with a time of 1 minute 55.09 seconds, Long Island Sheep Runners, Lemon Joseph. Your gold medalist and champion of the Open Men 800-meter run here at the 6th edition of the Bahamas Games. Let's welcome to the podium Quentin Ellis, Buccaneers of New Providence, 1 minute 53.52 seconds. Thank you again to our presenters. Again, we're asking for Kenny Moxie to please report to the medal ceremony area. Medal ceremony for the Open Women 800-meter run. Presenting the medal, the president of the Bahamas Association of Athletic Associations, Mr. Dramico Archer. Collecting the bronze medal, finishing with a time of 2 minutes 32.30 seconds, Columbus Isles, the Arawaks, Jasmine Mackey. Coming in second, collecting the silver, finishing with a time of 2 minutes 24.03 seconds, she's the Lucayan of Grand Bahama, Treasure Burrows. Collecting the gold and your champion of the Open Women 800-meter run, representing Grand Bahama, Lucayan, Cassandra Thompson. Congratulations to our medalists in the Open Women 800-meter run. Medal ceremony for the under 17 girls 200-meter dash. Presenting the medal, the president of the Bahamas Association of Athletic Association, Mr. Dramico Archer. Your bronze medalist, representing New Providence, the Buccaneers, Hillary Davis. Your silver medalist, representing the Chick Charnies of Andros, Tanad Turnquist. She's your champion here at the 6th edition of the Bahamas Games in the under 17 girls 200-meter dash. Let's welcome Grand Bahama, Lucayan, Shania Adelaide. Ceremony for the Open Women 3,000 meters. Presenting the medals, the president of the B3As, Mr. Trimico Archer. Collecting the bronze, finishing with a time of 14:20.84, representing Chick Charnies of Andros, Shania Taylor. Representing Columbus Isles Arawaks, coming in second, collecting the silver, Deja Mesidor. She's your champion of the Open Women's 3,000 meters, representing the Sheep Runners, Long Island, Grace Farrington. Ceremony for the under 17 boys 3,000 meter run. Presenting the medals, the Honorable Zane Lightborn, Minister of State in the Ministry of Education and Technical and Vocational Training. Collecting the bronze, representing Andros, finishing with a time of 12:25.24, Lawrence Burnside. Your silver medalist, representing Columbus Isles Arawaks, Nathaniel Smith. Your champion in the under 17 boys 3,000 meter run, representing Andros Chick Charnies, 11 minutes 3.98 seconds, Gabrielle Johnson. Medal ceremony for the Open Men's 4x400 meter relay. Collecting the bronze medal, it's Team Columbus Isles, the Arawaks. Collecting the silver, it's Team Long Island, the Sheep Runners. Your champion of the Open Men's 4x400 meter relay, let's welcome to the podium the Buccaneers of New Providence. Congratulations to the men of the open men's 4x400 meter relay. Medal ceremony for the open women's 1500 meter run. Presenting the medal, Dr. William Thompson, Chancellor of the 6th edition of the Bahamas Games. Collecting the silver, representing Long Island, the Sheep Runners, Grace Barrington. She's your champion in the open women's 1500 meter run. Let's welcome to the podium, Columbus Isles, Aurochs, Jasmine Mackey. Welcome to the podium, the acting Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the Honorable I. Chester Cooper, accompanied by Pettiche Mitchell, the daughter of the late Peter Bethel, first chairman of the Bahamas Games. We want to welcome to the podium, she will be presented as the most outstanding female individual sport here at this 6th edition of the Bahamas Games, Jasmine Mackey. Representing Columbus Isles, Aurochs.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready now for the closing of the track and field segment as the outstanding athlete was awarded. And we also have with us the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Mario Boleg, who is also part of the closing ceremonies here in the 6th edition of the Bahamas Games. Rupert Gardner was with me from day one, and here we are still today. We've made our own recommendations. We don't know how that's going to work out. The reality is that these games have been a success, as you heard from the minister. It isn't a matter of whether you won a gold, silver, or bronze. The matter is that you took part in the games. You had an opportunity to display sportsmanship, camaraderie, and those are the kinds of elements that these games have proven to be highly beneficial for.
That's right, Ricardo, because, sports bring the country together.
And this is the Outstanding Male Award. And there's the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture and the Deputy Prime Minister doing the presentations for the outstanding athlete here in these track and field segments. And so the young man has an opportunity now. He's got all the medals, and then he also got a trophy that he can carry. So it does spell well for how these games have also materialized. And so that's going to be great. We will be hearing during the closing from the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture. We'll also be hearing from the Prime Minister, who is also going to be a part of the ceremony. So just one or two little details, Rupert, and then we'll be ready for that. But for you, tell me, was it fun watching these kids perform and watching what has taken place here over the last 3 days?
Ricardo, for the last 3 days, I had a ball. It can be no better. I wish I was part of the game, but unfortunately, they didn't put me in the games. But in terms of competition, it was great competition. When you look at the Family Islands, they almost on par with New Providence and Grand Bahamas. So in the next 2 years, you'll see a shift. New Providence may not win the games in the next 2 years. Watch it for Columbus Island.
There you go. Rupert, thank you very much, buddy. It's always a pleasure having you with us. A very good friend for years. We've been together. You and Knucklehead, y'all work on the next game. We're now getting ready to go to closing ceremonies. Let's go down to the podium. The Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture now addressing the fans and the athletes as we close out the 6th edition of the Bahamas Games.
And before I bring to the podium the acting Prime Minister, let me just say, I've been given the approval and the authority to announce that the next Bahama Games will be held in 2026. Now I'd like to invite to the podium the acting Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Mr. I. Chester Cooper. Let me begin by congratulating the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, and I ask you please to give him a great round of applause. We've reached the end of an incredible journey, the 6th Bahamas Golden Jubilee Games. A journey that brought us together as Bahamians, showing us the unity and spirit that makes us who we are as a people. As we celebrate our nation, our islands, and our games, let me say congratulations to all of the athletes who are taking home medals, and to those who are not, let me simply say how incredibly proud of you we are. Throughout these games, we've seen how sports bring us together. It's not about who won or lost, but the spirit of camaraderie and strengthened bonds and friendships. It's about every athlete from every island who showed up and gave their best, embodying the Bahamian spirit that this event sought to celebrate. It's about the crowds, the energy, the cheering together, the living together, the highs and the lows of every match and every race. We've experienced what our friend Peter Bethel championed, unity through sports. And I am proud of every team that has sacrificed to train and participate in these outstanding games. And so on behalf of Prime Minister Davis, I would like to recognize the great team of Columbus Isles who took gold in women's volleyball, recognize the Long Island Sheep Runners who dominated sailing, taking gold in Class A, B, and C, and the Grand Bahama Lucayans who outswam in the aquatics and the swimming arena. Team Andros, who won a gold in tennis and men's golf. And I am grateful and proud of every team whose name I didn't call for their hard work, their dedication in putting on splendid performances throughout these games. But I am particularly proud of Exumas and Ragged Island. You stood your ground overall. You brought home the gold in women's basketball, a most exhilarating, nail-biting game. I am extremely proud of you. So let's take a moment to acknowledge those behind the scenes, the coaches who trained our athletes, the support staff who looked out for everyone's needs, the volunteers who kept things running smoothly, and the sponsors who generously contributed. These games would not have been the same without your tireless dedication and your unwavering support, and I ask you to give all of the organizers a round of applause. So moving forward, let's take the lessons from these games into our daily lives. Let's remember that while we may have our differences, we are stronger together. Our shared experiences unite us. Our shared goals and our shared identity as Bahamians is critical to the strength of our country. Let us always remember that whether you're from Michael, from Bimini, or Barry Island, you have your important place in the fabric of our country. Let's remember the feeling of being in the crowd, cheering our athletes, feeling the highs of the victories and the lows of their losses. Let's remember how it brought us all together, made us one, and made us stronger. The Bahamas Golden Jubilee Games were more than just a sporting event. They were a celebration of who we are as a nation. So let's take this feeling, this unity, and use it to fuel our journey forward. I'm excited to have seen this journey over the last few days, and I now challenge you to continue to train, to continue to focus on health and wellness, to continue to nurture our junior athletes, and continue sustaining those leagues on the various islands in all of the sporting disciplines. Let's move united then. Let us strive to carry the spirit of these games in our hearts. Let us remember the power of unity, the strength of community, and the resilience of the Bahamian spirit. It is my honor, therefore, to now declare these games closed. Thank you, and good night. We are and forever will be united in spirit. Let's continue to shine brightly, united in love and service. God bless you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the coach of the Bahamas, John Canoe.
advent of Junkanoo to close out the 6th edition of the Jubilee Bahamas Games. What a wonderful time we've had here in regards to the whole games and track and field to close it out. And as the acting Prime Minister said point blank on the DPM, this is all about family. And that's what you see there, folks. A wonderful, wonderful expression of our culture. Yeah, all those cramps and everything that they had a minute ago, they were all under the medical tent. It's all gone, and so it's all about Junkanoo. Jay Philippe worked with me during track and field and been a part of the games all through from when we started over a week ago. Your take on the games, buddy, as we close it out.
First and foremost, I would like to just congratulate the organizers on a well put together Bahama Games as it relates to track and field. You know, growing up as a kid in New Providence, I always watched track and field and Bahama Games, and being able to experience it now in the broadcasting media field is just an amazing feeling. But as far as our athletes and coaches, what a phenomenal display of talent, skill set. I was so happy to see some of the outer islands had the opportunity to showcase their talents. In particular, Andreas saw some really elite athletes from Andreas that took part in this year's Bahama Games. It was just athletes just going out there representing their various islands to the best of their ability. Just being court field side, track side, so I had a different lens, a different perspective on the appreciation for sports, for track and field. But it was a well put together track meet. Started on time, ended on time. The officials did their best. There was no major injuries that I would have seen, and that's a good thing. Seeing that this is the Bahama Games, some of the athletes are adults and they have to go back to work, and so seeing that no one got injured, they're able to compete and have a good time at the Bahama Games is just an absolutely amazing thing.
It was indeed a wonderful games, and you can see our athletes from all the islands now engaging in the ultimate, and that is Junkanoo, and all the aches and pains and all the little nicks and knacks that they had has all gone away now. These games are over. They have been the active part of this games, and they will remember this for the rest of their lives. Those who got medals, those who didn't, just the experience. They'll have their IDs that they can now look at and say, yes, I was a part of the games, and there they are in the back, was having a wonderful time. All the sports were absolutely fantastic. Being able to travel around and see the excitement in the gym, the excitement at the softball park, the baseball park, to watch the little ones box and see what they're doing. The sailors doing their thing, the golfers over there on Paradise Island making that happen over there. The cyclists on the roads of New Providence.
In fact,
and riding up and down.
I had the opportunity to cover cycling. It was a 2-day event. The time trials was the first day, and then the road race itself. Saw so many cyclists, especially in the male category. The men's, it was so huge to see some of the junior cyclists in the Bahamas compete. Some of the cyclists from Grand Bahama, New Providence, the Eleuthera, they took their talents and they just did an awesome job. What stood out to me as well, Ricardo, is the camaraderie I would have seen in Bahama Games. You know, everyone is competing for bragging rights for first, second, third place. But after the races were done and after the competitions were done in the various sporting different disciplines, you saw people got together. You saw high fives. You saw hugs. You saw so much persons just enjoying the atmosphere as it relates to the Bahama Games.
I tell you, that's what these games are all about, ladies and gentlemen. There they are, having themselves a wonderful time, coming out here, enjoying what has been a wonderful period in their life. They will never forget this moment. They will say that they were part of the 6 games celebrating our 50th anniversary, our independence. This country is about them. They are the future. They're the ones that will be the movers and shakers of the next 50 years here in our Bahamas. And for all of us, it has indeed been a wonderful joy to cover this Bahama Games. All the little pieces came into play. Our team here at ZNS did our best to make sure that you got every facet of what happens in the games. We also were able to use the advent of Cable Bahamas to also come in together, like we did talk to Michael Angelo Cartwright. It was an amalgamation of these entities to make sure that this happened. It happened. This will come up again. We will do this again, and it's going to be great. We've got a montage for you as to what transacted here and to what happened throughout much of the games. For us, it's been a whole lot of fun. But for you, you'll have the memories that's lasting. Go on to YouTube, go to Facebook, go to Instagram, go to whatever you need to go to.
Snapchat,
with Twitter. Put your stuff out there. Give us your comments. Tell us how you felt about the whole coverage, because for us, it was near and dear to make sure you were a part of these Bahamas games. My brother, it's always a pleasure.
Appreciate
and great. The team did its work. Fisher in studio, Chris Saunders, Amajal, also we had Ramiko, we had Shane out there running around making it happen. All the technical guys, who's behind the cameras, some of the guys who ain't sleep yet in a couple of days. It's been fun,
including myself and you.
For you.
But it was fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was certainly fun just to be a part of the Bahama games. What stood out to me again, Ricardo, is the age disparity, right? We had athletes as young as 13, athletes as old as 55 and plus. And normally in competition, you don't, different teams has different age groups, but in Bahama games, it was, anyone. I saw a father and a son actually compete in one certain discipline, which stood out to me, which was really good. So the Bahama games I'm glad it's back. I hope it stays. I know the minister just would have mentioned 2026 would be the next Bahama games, and so I'm still looking forward to it. I'm pretty sure athletes, coaches, various supporters throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas are starting to prepare for the Bahama games even from now, because it's going to be very competitive, and just to see all those islands, all the athletes. Some of the professional athletes came down and took part of this year's Bahama Games. So that speaks volume of the appreciation for the games and what it means for the Bahamas.
It means a lot to us. And to tell you, just in case you still want a little more, we give you a little of this. So long from the stadium.